The Nutkins have been around That's been the Discord icon for years, but I just realized that I could put it on as an emote recently. Anyway, hello, welcome everybody. It's Final Fantasy time. So we've got normally this is where I would do like the story beats of the set and like kind of go over main mechanics. I'll still do a little bit of touching over mechanics, but we definitely I don't need to go over 16 Final Fantasy games. It's fine. So yeah. Also, hello, Doc.
Hello.
It's great of them to release this on Fiesta, you know?
It's true. It is on time for Fiesta.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. We have a... God, that Golbez is sick. Oh. Funkles Mosey, thank you for gifting out 5 subs. Congrats, Gates' Video Witch, Present and Phenomenon.
I'm gonna need eyes at some point.
Yeah, let me get those to you. Add them up and then I close this up, so that would... There we go. Alright. But yeah, we have a... That's a pretty dang cool Golbez. That's the alt art, I believe, on our Golbez, the Crystal Seeker. But yeah, what do they... Okay, I do want to see what we have for card packs and video, like avatars and such.
Oh. 5 is one of the less represented sets.
Yeah,
there's only like 16 cards total.
The stream I did also opening all 4 of the commander decks meant that those 4 were the big ones.
You wouldn't be seeing
6, 7, 10, 14. I like the Tonberry.
Much of them anyway.
I like the Tonberry.
He's moving pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm here. He's booking it. Chad, what do you think for the resub? Okay, actually, the Moogle win animation.
There's our Stranger of Paradise representation.
Tonberry kicking your ass this quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot of. We have a lot of little phrases for the bundle. Okay. Booyaka.
Zell says that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow,
that's Gao.
Gao.
I know that one.
Hoorah! Is that our Emperor Death? Like that
might be our Unga.
Yeah. I'm thinking of. We got our Kupo. We've got.
Chocobo.
Thank you. Oh, and then we've got a... Okay. Oh, hello.
That's a lot of avatars.
Wow.
Damn.
All right. They are going in on...
There's a Gilgamesh avatar. Oh, man.
We got a Greg. We
had
a
Cactuar over there.
Okay, this is hilarious. We have an onion. That's an onion. That's
specifically, an onion. Yeah. That is the Dissidia design for Onion Knight, because the Dissidia design for Onion Knight, if I remember right, was not actually an Amano original. They Nomura kind of reverse engineered what would be an Amano design for the Onion Kid.
I'm gonna have to pick up Cactuar and swap over to.
Understandable.
Like that's 100% have to.
I mean, that one's really
that's
good.
A good,
you get
like
Stiltskin, you get Dwarf King, you get Tonberry and Cactuar,
yeah,
and Shotaro as well. But obviously we know who we're there for.
What else we got? We have different styles for our full arts. I could not resist Cactuar. I also am gonna have to Cactuar.
I feel like usually the number of avatars that are available for purpose and use in Arena is not that high.
No, I feel like it's like usually like 5. Okay, so we've got... Oh, these are really good. So, okay, one of the things I like with the cards, I take a little bit of like, I don't know if I agree with the choice. Is that on the actual cards with these alt arts, they have the like game number in big bold letters behind them,
Mhm.
and on some of them, like I think it's fine. On others, I feel like it's too overpowering on the art.
Right.
And so to just have these like sleeves that are here's where all, so these are all the past ones. So we have our, you know, Balthier and Fran, we got our Furion, Yashola, and then we got
Dion
Yep.
over there from 16. Noctis for the 12 people who want Noctis.
and then we got crystals, fishing.
You do need fishing, and I'm glad that Magic the Gathering is now JRPG.
Yep,
At long
it's
last.
JRPG. We're fine. I love the entirety of the side quest cycle.
They're all very cute.
They're all very cute. This one is our FF7, chocobo breeding, which gets you a black chocobo, which in that game doesn't fly. It crosses our rivers.
Black Chocobo, I think, across
All
both.
and mountains.
I
think it's mountains
and mountains. I think.
I think
mountains and rivers.
Yeah, it's all but
'Cause
flight, right?
I think green does rivers, blue does mountains, black does walks across both, and gold does flight. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we've got my favorite here, which is the celestial weapon from playing Blitzball. Oh, they're using the flavor text spot as a holder for the game reference. I guess you kind of have to hack that in, because this card has flavor text on the back. It's like, sorry for being late, which is hilarious. Then we've got the bounty that has Yasmat on the back, because that's the last bounty. Also, you can see on the bounty, it's got all the little, the different, like, it's got a great bounty.
I'm going to be honest. I am a little bit disappointed that Yasmat does not have don't remove damage in future between turns, and just gave him 100 toughness.
Yeah, just like, I guess it's like we did that on the 15 Adamant twice, and it's like we don't want to do that twice.
Yeah, I suppose. I think it's way more appropriate for Yasmat, but I guess because it's probably also a flip card, they don't want to make this card have 16 lines of text.
My favorite though is the card collection side quest card, which gives you in 14. You could. There's a lot of things to do in 14, and in 14 there's Triple Triad. If you collect every Triple Triad card released before Endwalker, I believe, it's like 312 cards total. Like you need a just ridiculous number of cards. You get the magic card mount. That is a that's why you get this as a prize here, is if you do all the card collection, which like I can't stress how big of a ask that is.
It's an enormous ask, yeah. And so now you can play the magic card in Magic Cards.
Yeah, the magic card. So that's super cute. Also, like, fine, powerful. Like, it's not a great draw spell on the front. You're going even, but like it having a 4/4 on the back attached is fun, and vehicle as a mount is a cool piece. We can actually take a look at one of our main mechanics of the set, Job Select, in here. Job Select is, if you are familiar with For Mirrodin or Living Weapon, you'll be familiar with this mechanic. It comes into play with a 1/1 equipped to it. So the Warrior Sword here is effectively a 4/3 for 4 with the ability to move the sword around. I like the animation on the hero tokens. Here, that's cute. The hero tokens, we talked about this in the card opening on Saturday, but well worth repeating. The hero tokens are 14 characters, and the Job Select cards are either FF1 or FF14. And the heroes all have multiple jobs. You can see a red mage's weapon in the background of this warrior light who's doing the warrior light fist pose that every warrior light has done 500 times in plot cutscenes. But also we got like a warrior axe. And on here, we've got Bard, and I think we have a Dark Knight. Or no, we have a Paladin arm in the front left? Is that what I'm... No, we have Dancer Chakrams in the front left. That's what you can see them like kind of above the word token. Those are chakrams hanging out there.
Also, fun note is that a fair number of these are the artist's Warriors of Light, if I remember right.
Yeah, we have a couple that are like, we know, and we have a number that it's like, we're pretty sure, but they're all, we are actually using, this is actually cool. We're using the relevant job token on this. Like, this one is a warrior in addition to its types. This is the warrior hero token. This is a bard hero token. Here we've got scholar. This is a scholar and a black mage. I guess we have Eos out
because of the fairy, yeah.
Yeah. And then like sage here. You can see
also a machinist.
Well, yeah, you can see the sage's bits. Nulets? Yeah, this is right there.
Nulets, yeah.
But you
the
can
funnels.
See the funnels. That's what they're called, the funnel. But
yeah.
You also can see this is like Crystarium to. God, I'm gonna be talking about art stuff all the time in here. And then what's our last one? This one's gonna be Paladin. Paladin Summoner. Actually,
that's
Dark
Knight.
Summoner. That's Dark Knight. Yeah, there's no Paladin in this one. Yeah, this is our foundation one. Yeah, I was like, now that I think about it, I don't
there's
know
a lot of jobs in 14. They didn't have the make tokens for every single one of them, I guess.
They made 8. There's 8 total of them. But yeah, then we have our crystals and such. But yeah, the job selects are like main mechanic, which plays into a lot of different pieces. In the set, there's like you can see on the black mage thing, there's whenever you cast a non-creature spell thing that wizards do. There's also like an equipment likers thing in Boros. We'll see those when we get into the limited format stuff. I'm just gonna
go get your cactuar.
I'm just gonna the lineup. the party is here.
Squad rolls in, ready to kick your ass.
Light party. And then Shatoto's also here. The giant Tonberry. Yeah, let's go and set to default there.
Absolutely, the boys are back in town.
Absolutely, yep.
Always heard that those cats are crazy.
Alright. Yeah, I think the other... If I go into... I was going to deck building, but I don't have to. We can just do this the easier way. Give me Final Fantasy, give me Not Collected, and then give me... we have a mechanic on a number of cards that's called out as like, hey, this kind of matches how Spree, it's like the look of Spree. This is a kicker type, where the way we're showing off magic in the set is all of it on one. Like you just have like Thundaga on one card, and you pay the kicker to kick it up to 2 or 3. So we've got that. We've got Blizzard, Blizzara, Blizzaga. We've got Hello Kryl, Kira, Kiraga. So, and a couple cards that we do for this that we did limit break stuff for. But what else did we have for main mechanic stuff? We got flashback as a thing in the set, which I find very funny because the flashback cards tend to be cards that represent a flashback. You know, our Laguna scenes in FF8, for instance, are all flashbacks, the party experiences as they're going through trains or forests or whatnot. Which is a cute bit. I think the rest, there's a land type that gets referenced. It doesn't do anything, but it gets referenced on cards. So, like, that's a thing. A lot of this, though, is like, we just have a lot of individual mechanic bits. Towns, by the way, is the mechanic I'm talking about. So, yeah. Anyway, whole lot of... That's still not... I thought that would have fixed itself when I updated both Discord and OBS, but it didn't. Okay. Well. Anyway. Oh, summons! Right! Let me find a summon. That's a pretty big...
I actually have to commend them for summons specifically.
Yeah.
In that,
so,
you know, the problem of Fading Vanishing is that it is, because they didn't stick with one, it's difficult to remember which does what.
Yeah.
You don't have that problem with Saga creatures because you know how sagas work.
They actually, like, in one of the design level articles, they talked about that, like, summons did start as vanishing.
Yeah.
But, like, so summons are saga creatures. They stick around a limited time because that's how sagas work. Sagas go 1, then 2, then 3, and leave once they hit their last one, which can be variable. I mean, we have 4 on Fat Chocobo here.
There's one with 6, I think, or 5.
Yeah, we have, I don't remember. I know in this we have a few
5.
on 4. I know we have a few on 4 in this. I know we've had a couple with 6 in
Knights of the Round is on 5.
Yeah, that makes sense. But like the way these play is that you play them, they're on 1, cool. You untap, they get to attack or not, and then another turn passes and they're gone. So they are like powerful temporary things, much like a summon in basically any Final Fantasy, where you have that as a mechanic going from, you know, we have summons from across games in here. We've got looking for Ifrit here, who sticks around a little longer.
Technically 2 different Ifrits.
Yep, we've got Ifrit and it's by mana cost, not just by name. So Clive's up here.
Yeah, there you go.
But like Clive has Ifrit on the back. So like we have a lot of different, you know, summons around, a lot of like representation of espers like this. A lot of our 16 dominance. But yeah, I think that's the other big mechanic to look at is these, which, like, the temporariness of how this plays, like, asks some interesting questions. Like, am I willing to just take the hit on this for 6, or do I want to trade? Like, you know... if you counter the ability on Clive... Yeah, Clive wouldn't transform back if you had, like, a stifle.
Yeah, the question is about, of, like, how are you going to, like, determine how much of a card value a saga, like, you know, a summon is on your opponent's side specifically.
Yeah, like, if I
because
play...
if you're playing them, then you're probably getting all the value out of them that you want to. But on your end, it's like, removing this card that's going to die on its own at some point is difficult to, like, evaluate of, like, do I do that or do I take 6 or whatever?
Right.
In this case, you can take up to 9, but...
only 6. So the important bit of how the timing on these works is that...
Oh, right, yes. It dies on the start of the forth.
Yeah.
Ways.
Yeah. So like this one on 4 will get 2 attacks under normal circumstances. If you have, I don't know, some way of handing off haste to creatures, that changes the math pretty significantly on making summons a lot more powerful. You know, Brunhilde here, handing that off. So, like, all of a sudden, a creature that was only going to get 1 attack in gets in a pair, or maybe 2 gets 3. So, discard changes. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at what our draft archetypes are, and then get draft going in here. So, alright. So, a lot of these feel like they're a little more standard on what we... Damn, Kimari. Kimari real. Kimari's actually pretty cool. We have a number of blue mages that get, like, different mechanics. Kimari gets to, like, effectively copy text boxes. With the Lancet Ronso Rage move. Okay. So we've got blue-white artifact stuff, a lot of using equipment, but also just artifact count, and cards that like artifacts around. Blue-black is like control that has a lot of like a flashback focus. There's a lot more of that in blue-black than any other. The red-black setup is a prowess wizard aggro sort of thing, where you make these wizard tokens that have like a gutter snipe, you deal 1 damage when you cast a non-creature spell, and just roll out that way. So we have like the FF9 black mages as the like focus visually there. Black Waltz and Kuja as kind of big cards for those. The landfall deck in Gruul is basically just around Chocobos. There's a couple cards that work with them as well, Gladio, Zell, but like...
Monks. Characters who are monks in the series weirdly have landfall.
Well, yeah, they work close on that. Celestia is about tokens going wide. Also has like a reasonable summon manipulation bit as like a minor sub-theme. There's a couple cards in like Garnet, and there's the green card that's like summons fight, summons remove counters. But they also have a lot of like just, hey, tokens go wide, overrun style stuff. Black-white is a sacrifice plan that cares about creatures and artifacts, which makes, again, the equipment a little more useful for them, the job select stuff. Is it prowess stuff, but is it prowess stuff that cares about big spells, which has me immediately really suspect on it.
Yeah.
I always feel like the prowess plan in Limited is one of those that's all kind of teetering on the edge of playability in a lot of ways. And this one, like, demands that you have heavy commitment on your spells so you can't, like, double spell on them. So that gets harder. There are ways that work around it, like the tiered spells, the way it counts. It's counting what you spend, kind of like expend. But I'd like to be proven wrong on that one. Golgari is Golgari. Like, this is kind of what I was talking about like, a lot of these are like, wow, yes, this is what you expect the color combo to be. Like, black-green graveyard.
So, there's there's 2 edges to the set having the longest development time ever. You know?
Yeah.
Where you have all right, we have tons of time to really fine-tune all of these ideas and all of that, which also means we've got a lot of times to figure out things that don't work, and then we just have to go back to old standbys.
Yeah, because, like, Boros equipment, like, you know...
Yep.
Wow. You know, like Golgari Graveyard, or, you know, like, just stuff like that that's, like, very, like, okay, no, that's... And then, you know, Simic Ramp, which specifically plays around with the towns. Those are duels at common, along with some lands at common, uncommon, rare that are other fixing pieces and such. So. Anyway. But yeah, anyway, so get ready for the one I think that's the most like out there is the Rakdos.
The Black Mage, yeah, is like, that's interesting. That's not.
Yep.
I mean, pinging is a thing that actually comes up occasionally in Black Red with Rakdos, but that's mainly because of devils, like mechanically, right?
Lizard, like we gave that to lizards as a thing in Bloomborough too, right?
Yeah.
Like that was a specific and we've had a couple Rakdos mechanics that care about spectacle opponent having taken damage. So yeah. Anyway, let's jump on in.
I was waiting for you.
Oh God. Oh, I'm gonna get.
I know you're never changing your avatar ever again.
Yeah,
unless they do a Dragon Quest one, and then you get a slime.
In fact, I would say that there is one that would take it over, and it would be a slime. If we got a slime, I'd be up for it. Okay. So we get to start with
Leviathan.
Huh. Okay. That's a pretty damn powerful summon.
Yep. I mean, it's Whelming Wave attached to a 6/6 creature.
Well, here's a Lab Maniac.
Lab Man. Lab Man, the most playable card in Limited. Let's go.
Ultros. Hey, Ultros. Mm-hmm. We've got pre-Crystal Tower Graha.
Genuinely very funny.
Everyone's... I'm going to go with Leviathan. Leviathan is a very fun, for one, this is that bounce on there is really damn powerful. And then we get a draw on a couple attacks. I think it's really mostly just it's bouncing everything.
Yeah.
We'll see where that...
I don't think there's many more of those creature types in this set.
No.
It's mostly because that's the Whelming Wave text.
It does have Merfolk as a bonus on it.
Which does mean if you open the alternate Tidus...
Yes.
There you go.
All right, we got...
Guardian Force Cerberus.
Who casts double and triple. I love... This card kicks ass, because when you fight Cerberus in the... Galbadian Garden near the hockey team. Double and triple are the big things in there. Got the Queen. Got the Rescue Mission, which has one of my favorite pieces. I'm actually interested in Esper Origins here.
Yeah, maybe thinking this is picking a second summon, which I kind of like as an idea.
I also love. I love that again.
I just want to see how these play.
Yeah, I want to see how these play, and this feels pretty cool too. And being in this color combo gives us the ability to do a bit more splashing too, because towns are its big thing. But yeah, this is a flashback because it's flashing back to Modwin when we're looking at the Esper realm.
Yeah.
I don't hate just taking this Lochu. Though, gotta note, Firian's kind of wild. Firian in here, so most of the cards are they talked about having the games be their source material. This is extremely Dissidia. Firian, the weapon master, who makes copies of equipment. Could pick that up just
what Firian should do is probably just, 12.5% damage to anything at any given time. And so you can kill anything in 8 hits, but...
I'm gonna ignore Suplex and such and kind of keep on our...
The power... That's him.
Yes! The Void! And Fish, Shoepuff is...
Beaver.
Guy does speak Beaver. Speaking of Beaver is pretty good. Just like top 3, grab one that is most permanent types. No, I'm okay. Hold on. I'm feeling.
I mean, hey, if you want to feel Exdeath, go for it.
Yeah, Fiesta, right? Like
Fiesta's here.
Okay. Fiesta's here. We can pick up Tifa. Tifa doubles power on landfall. Not as great in limited, because like that's harder to get. But if you have any pump spell at all, that gets wildly nuts.
The fact that she has native trample is really powerful.
Your loose final act is a hell of a trade on a card. It's also fitting with our picking up X Death.
I understand why they didn't make Exdeath a tree folk. That's because technically Exdeath, while
it's
he
the
is
spirits
possessing
in
the tree,
yeah.
but yes, he's the spirits in the tree, and that's why Neo Exdeath actually doesn't have anything to do with the tree.
Okay, we've got Garnet. I talked about there being a bit of a summon bit. Garnet's the strong piece there. We've got our Predator Strike. Everybody's calling for Waka, folks. Fire Magic is the Pyroclasm one.
Yep.
I'm gonna believe in these Ochus. I
mean, right now it kind of seems like Leviathan is just a top end, maybe splash of a card, which is fine. Not a problem.
Capital City here, which is a Shimmering Grotto with cycling. We can pick up a Malboro, swamp cycling, and that gets us like piece on the black. We can pick up the Kieran Merchant. Wants us to be on town stuff. 16 is the game this one's. We're gonna pick more Ochus. I'm gonna go with the Merchant. Try to get some duels in this color combo. Okay. Surveil here, both set up. This is also just a really strong, like, aggressive piece. Surveil letting us set up the graveyard for things like X-Death, give us some card selection. Lab Maniac. You know what?
Just grab Lab Man.
Yeah, but like, what if we just like self-mill Lab Man, you know?
True.
What happens if that's the end goal win con? I will definitely take this. We have the world map here, which is our FF1 world map. This is just like a traveler's amulet that can also grab non-basics on the bottom.
Dreams of Laguna.
Ramen. Okay. Beaver. I don't know if Beaver makes it in here without... Hey, Chocomob. Alright. Greg?
Gilgamesh.
We got Greg. We got Vanille. Ooh, I like the idea of having that up.
Vanille might be our... Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a solid plan here.
We got Greg. We got a second Cerberus going around. This is 5 Greg.
That's classic Greg. That's his original design.
Yep.
You can tell with specifically the design of his Naginata.
Mm-hmm.
Also, 5 Greg is the same Greg as most.
Yeah. I'm quite interested in playing around with Vanille. Here is like a almost E-Witness that also, if we have Fang around, we can flip over Ragnarok.
Mm-hmm. Which I doubt we'll get, but I mean, it's 2 uncommons, right?
Yeah, it's 2 uncommons.
It's not that hard. How about X-Death again?
X-Death 2, sequel to X-Death, Anima, Sketch?
Sketch? Enema is also a good card.
2x,
Draws a surprising amount, so.
Yeah, like.
Also very on theme for Anima.
I love that Anima's plan is just like, yeah, pain, over limit, like. X-Death. The combat tutorial is very funny. I love the art on this. I love Lulu just being like, I'm gonna believe in X-Death. Which means I want more self-mill. Ooh, hello.
I believe in X-Death.
I did. I also like just flyers.
True, yeah.
So this is making the correct token because in 11, Dragoon is a pet class.
Yep.
And that's why we have a little wyvern here. That's your little buddy. White Auracite, hello, Minfilia.
Manufacted Slimus.
Also, don't hate ice.
Dragoon is a pet class in 11, I think.
Okay. Honestly, if we can just, like... The other plan of the deck could just be, like, 2-1 flyers, right? Like...
Commune with Beavers is also a mill card.
Bottom.
Bottom of your library, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
We've got... Frozen Esper.
Just the scene into original pixel art.
Yep.
Although I think technically specifically pixel remaster. Actually hard to tell.
Yeah. I don't know the syncopate. I said, so there are 15 different Sid arts.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to put that one out there. It's the same card, but there's a different art for every Sid. Take syncopate. I believe in... Ooh, okay. Big Arland. There are the games this covers are 1 through 16 alone. Nothing from Tactics.
And there's no Final Fantasy 1 Sid because that character is dead already during 1. So
there we go. Finally.
And also was introduced later on in remakes anyway.
Yes, it does mean we do have Robin Williams sitting here.
Yep.
But yeah, I'll take God of Slam here. I want a piece to also fix for... Ooh. Actually, I might just take Crossroads Village as our way to fix up for black. Make that feel a little better. Ooh, alright. Town Greeter is mill 4 land in hand.
Welcome to Corneria.
I like swords.
I like swords.
Sure. Town Greeter is not a reprint, no, because it's very close to Seder Wayfinder.
Nice to see some on-color fixing.
Yeah, I wanted it a little bit more black for this. This is too black. I can't play this.
Yeah.
This card hilariously bad in the mirror. Then we got Smuggler's Copter at home. Third server. Okay, we got
3 dogs that are 3 dogs.
We got Vaughn, Captain Lannery, Ergo Ship, Reach the Horizon. Ooh, that's a good art. Us leaving.
Yeah, it's right after leaving Midgar.
Yep. Bard's Bow. I could just take another, like...
This is an on-color fixing piece. That's also our 2 primary colors.
Yeah.
So it's of those the best that we could have.
I'm kind of thinking about that.
You know,
versus...
it feels a bit bad picking that on pack 3, pick 1, but I also don't think that there's a lot actually like.
Yeah, I like Bard's Bow. This is a 3/3 for 3 with reach. That's fine. Yeah, we're not gonna be. Ooh, hello.
Omega.
Omega.
Hello.
Alright. Anyway, we got the larboard cannon going here. Watch out. We got 14 Omega. Just going, putting you straight to hell. Omega is blue-green for...
Final Fantasy 14
is
Omega
absolutely
blue-green.
Because
given that blue-green is the color of the combo of evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got some glacial greens, which I think are good too. Fine 2-drop. But yeah, so 14 Omega is trying to find the like the ultimate being, effectively. Ooh. Hey, hold on.
Hey, nice.
Okay.
You've got a not insignificant
Okay.
number. You've got a couple.
Okay. We don't have a ton, but like, we got a couple. The other pick here would be like Gigantode, High Galicat, Nyash. Lightning Bolt. Whew. Damn.
Dang.
All right. Yeah. Ultimecia. I don't think double black is... We could pick this up for time compression.
Gee, Surveils 2, which does just work
On
with...
enter and attack. You know what? Sure.
Yeah. And the Surveil is... Oh, man, nice.
Okay. I wanted Fang, but another copy of Vanille is another way to...
Vanille's is pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Like, I think you actually have something of a reasonably powerful plan now.
Yeah. I'm worried
I think
about
Ultimecia's ability to surveil every turn like that is also pretty good on filling the grave.
Yeah. I love having multiple ways to recur the Lab Maniac.
Yeah.
Like, that can just be our game ender if... Ooh, thank you. This is one of the best cards in our deck now. Now that we have Matoya 14.
Specifically 14. There's a couple of odd, like, they decided to go with the 14 version of the character instead of the original. The most weird one to me is that Demon Wall is in this set. It is specifically Demon Wall from 14 and not Final Fantasy IV Demon Wall.
I will give them Matoya as a character. I will not give them Amdapor Keep first boss.
Yeah.
FF1 is not a character, to be fair, but neither is anybody from 1.
Yeah.
Choco Kick. Frick.
You have, like, no removal.
Yeah, that's the problem. This is, like, really solid removal. That passes up our 3rd black fixing piece. I think we need the kick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think
Gone, the last town I would have been able to name from FF5. You can see Dad down there between the pillars. Goodbye. Ooh, happy about this.
Get your Bard's Bow anyway.
Yeah, I actually like this one a lot.
There's not a Ferris card, but Coral Sword there does have Ferris on it.
We do that with a lot of characters because there's not room for 150 legends, but it does make me sad to not have, like, we don't even have, like, there's a few characters that are just not around.
Actually, there's a few characters that are just not around, and the weirdest one is just, I don't think Lena is even on an art.
I was going to say Bosch is actually the one I think is weirdest.
Oh, yeah.
Bosch is not on any art or card, and I think that's funny. Take these eyes. I don't think I'm playing that because that's in our splash color. I don't want to be playing splash colors. I don't want to be playing like, you know, a 1/1 for 2 in my 3rd color. Okay. So okay, a lot of surveil stuff, a lot of evasive stuff. I like Matoya in here. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum is a piece of removal. Leviathan. I think I'm gonna do it. Choco Kick. Ooh, Esper Origins also has Town Greeter, Vanille, and then our splash cards.
You actually have more surveil than it like immediately seems
Yeah.
to be. And I'm good to see. It's good to see that. It makes Matoya like actually definitely worth playing.
Okay. So right now, obviously the duels are going in here. We're on 40 of 40, and I'm thinking if I want where I can fit world map, and I honest to God don't think Tifa's making it in here because
I don't think so.
we have.
I think she's just basically a 2/2 trample most of the time.
In the pre-release, I had a copy of Tifa in my deck. Unreal. This card is like ridiculous with any pump whatsoever. Like
she is an earnestly extremely good card, but I don't think she's in this deck.
In the deck I was playing at the pre-release, I had Ride the Shoe Puff, which is landfall 1/1 counter on a creature, and then you like give Tifa the 1/1 counter double, give Tifa the 1/1 counter double, and she's attacking for 6. My loss at the pre-release was an opponent who went turn 2 Tifa, pump spell, pump spell, pump spell. Like, just their deck was just Giant Growths and Tifa. And it's like, look, nobody in Sealed has removal. This will work. And it did. Like, there are a good amount of pump spells across Gruul, across a couple of colors. We have Combat Tutorial, which is, like, fine enough as well. But, like, this deck doesn't have them, which makes her a grizzly bear that we have to work for. And
yeah, grizzly bear that you have to work for, maybe a 4/2 with trample that you could get, but like,
yeah. So
that's the best case scenario, and it will only happen like once per game at best, you know.
all right. So, yeah, I'm thinking about world map. That's the last one I'm thinking about fitting to make sure that we have the splash working in here.
Yeah. You know, splashing black for villains.
Basically, yeah, with splashing black for some final bosses. A couple X deaths and Ultimecia. I don't know if I want to go world map over a land. This deck's got a low curve, but like, that's... I'm gonna include Lab Man. I think we're getting I think we're getting a win off this. I think we're getting one. Yeah. I think we're gonna have enough games.
Consider when you get your win off of Labman, you side it out and then we world map it instead.
And then we're good. Yeah, Esper Origins is when you cast.
I like Esper Origins for being a double. Like it's very versatile in what it does.
Yeah.
Stay away from the summoner.
You're a bad man.
Yeah, it's hard.
I know. I'm looking at a few things that are like on the edge. So our removal is this Chocobo Kick and Ice. Because we've got...
And sort of Leviathan as a
Leviathan's a panic button against, like, wide plans.
Is Omega too expensive? Do you think Omega is going to come up? I mean, Omega basically kind of instantly turns something off forever, but...
Yeah, Omega
and it's gigantic.
Is the Abyss. We have enough, like, card draw that, like, I feel like we're going to be able to hit land drops on a reasonable pace. We don't have any, like, ramp that isn't specifically Esper Origins, which is ramp.
Right.
But... This is a 3/3 for 3. We're not huge on problems with flying because we have our own flyers. I'll think on this one.
Yeah, I don't know if that's correct, but I also don't think it's like incorrect either.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut down on swamps by 1 to make sure that we have blue. I think we're like even on blue. Yeah, blue and green are fairly even. Black is 3 cards.
Yeah, and all 3 of them are
Ah,
dual colors.
hold on. We have to take a look at our.
Read the descriptions.
Yes.
Too. Yes.
A mysterious creature resembling a cactus, often shy and timid, it uses quick and nimble movements to dodge player attacks and counter with its powerful 1,000 needles technique. Hi, Shantoto. Tartar doctor and former minister of the Windurst Orrery, who possesses extraordinary talent for black magic. Shantoto has a superiority complex on a short fuse. Her looks and cadence mimic those of a lady, but her words and actions are shocking and unpredictable. Lally ho.
Lally ho.
Lally ho. Cheerful gatekeeper of the Dwarven Castle, the underground world. Dead. Tonberry, this enigmatic creature creeps forward by the light of a lantern held in one hand before lashing out with a kitchen knife it holds in the other. And then, Stiltskin. Knowledgeable and reliable hero of the Moogle world. Stiltskin never stays in one place for long, taking off to wander the land and selling items on the roadside to fund his journey. This cool customer almost never adds Kupo to the end of his sentences.
I adore that Dwarf Kingdom shows up again in Final Fantasy V, and it's just 5 dwarves that live under the ocean.
Yeah.
Just 5 guys.
It's just 5. It's just like...
5 guys, burgers and fries. That's a kingdom.
Alright. Let's give it a ride. Are we going to have a blurb for all 16 games here?
Apps.
Alright. Yeah, sure.
I see all 3 colors and plays on time.
It's a little bit top heavy, but like we've got 2, 3. All right.
Access is 3. That's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Hey, buddy.
You also got
Black. Oh, it's Black. Okay, Black Mage Village. Hey. Hey, buddy.
Choco kick. Poo-poo.
We don't have the Black Mage Village theme here. I'm guessing that those talks ended very quickly in the licensing talks for, hey, can we use your music?
The music is a lot harder because all Final Fantasy music is joint owned by the composer and
yeah, so you'd have to get like
you'd have to not only get you'd either have to make your own for it, which they could have done.
Mm-hmm.
Like they could do arrangements obviously when producing for it, but if they wanted to get originals, they would have to.
We're teaching UFO to fight. Ooh.
Do you have any Surveil or Scry in hand?
Ultimecia,
but that you can wait on playing her in that case.
Yeah, I think we want to go for... Hold on, let me check my grave for... Okay, we've got Removal Piece and Flyer to pick up. Yeah, let's get X-Death going. So X-Death flip. So X-Death is 3/3 gains 3, and when we hit 6 permanents in grave, we flip to Neo X-Death, who just has power equal to permanents in grave.
Yeah, he can actually have quite a lot of power.
He can get pretty huge, pretty goddamn fast.
And has trample, so like the power is not like going to waste.
Poo-Poo here is tap, put a land into play, and then also can power equal the towns, which we have a couple over here. Oh, we got a third color. Interesting.
Black, blue, and red. Probably secretly a black.
Wait a minute.
Like...
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Yes.
Activate that card.
Yes.
Activate that card.
Do it. Yes. Yes, you want to do it. Okay. We're going to put down Matoya here.
Yeah, fair.
If we draw a land, we get Ultimecia, Scry. The laws of the universe mean... We also have X-Def on the board, too, so that mill is...
It's immediately threatened as, like, that's not a good thing to activate. X-Def's on the board.
God. It does mill 10 cards on activation, which is a third of our deck.
Yes. That does also mean, however, that X-Death will swing in as, like, a 11-3.
Yeah. It is... Okay. Alright. Jump. Freya jump.
Yeah,
Dragoons all have the jump. Oh, God.
Oh, my.
Alright. Leviathan.
Leviathan.
Okay. Our answer there is... This mill's 8. Yeah, this mill's 8. That's... I don't think I want to do that.
A lot to do, like, deliberately, yeah.
Well, like, they could just mill... Like, the problem there is that if we mill 8, they could...
It kills you pretty quickly, yes.
They're gonna get to draw... I've played a land this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can't kick the Leviathan. Let's go X-Death, and... No, I'm gonna believe in this. Give me an untapped land.
Labman's not in there.
Anyway. Give me decisive battle, please, YouTube. Thank you. This is also our win condition. Milby, please. Like, they could activate Water Crystal and make us mill 11.
Yes.
But
the concern is that it doesn't kill you. Gets close. Labman is on the top of your graveyard right now.
Oh my god. We don't have the mana to pick up Labman and play Labman.
How many cards left in deck do you have? Because, like, that's... I mean, the
6.
Water Crystal will kill you.
Yeah, the activation of the Water Crystal will kill us.
You don't have any... Drunken Book Kick doesn't have, like, a side of destroy target enchantments, does it?
No, it's damage to...
Yeah. Hold on.
Permanent.
Yes, I'm just thinking, though, it's, Drunken Book Kick is a bite?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
you have 18 damage in here. Can you somehow get 2 more permanents into your graveyard from your hand right here?
So... Oh, but we have to pay the ward on that.
Yeah.
2 more?
2 more.
And we need to kill the Leviathan, though.
Yes.
I don't think I can do that. Because of the ward.
Yeah. Can you catch them off guard by maybe having them not block? They're gonna block. Why would they not, right? Like...
It's just barely not enough. They just,
they just activate that and they win.
Yeah. Damn, I had to try.
That was really close, actually, though. Yeah. For what it's worth, not playing the greeter wouldn't have changed that. I think they still would have milled you down to dead
Yeah.
if you had.
Yeah, I went with the greeter there because we milled 8. The mill, it's like 11 plus 11. I think but the problem is we aren't killing them and they don't go for it if we don't have that. All right. They had the magic lamp.
Yeah, this looks good between the Pixie and Town Greeter.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let's get Pixie down first. And then we can greet her if we don't have a land drop. If we do have a land drop, we can Wyvern. All right. I'm going to do this first to... Nah, that's fine. And then...
Yeah, you've dug through an additional card. That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, Swamp. That's exactly what the land you wanted.
Yes. X-Death is at 3. We'll be able to play longer with these. So they're going to be landfall beatdown. Like, Chocobos get +1 on landfall. X-Death should be able to help hold the fort that way. Are we bump spelling at me? Oh my god. It hit a 1-drop too. This is until the end of this turn, so that hitting is pretty wild. Okay, just going to town,
I think you need to get things in the way of these creatures.
Yeah.
And the thing is if they die, that's fine. That just makes X-Death flip faster. I think she's too slow for this. For what is being presented to you right this second.
I think the 0-4 is still a relevant enough body.
Okay.
Because we'll be able to draw a land next turn on the attack.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
I mean, it is a 1-4, but...
A 1-4 does stuff the Chocobo. Okay. Yep. So if they have 4 birds, they get the Black Chocobo, and the Black Chocobo's landfall is all birds get +1. But they need 4 birds at the start of turn. Okay. That's annoying.
That's a 3/3, yeah. 3 toughness. 3
Yeah,
power.
with reach.
Hmm.
Okay. Get down Matoya here and pass. If we play Ultimecia, that draws. So any untapped land. Also, Laguna is surveil then draw. So that'll be draw 2 for blue 3. The bounce actually is really good against this opponent because of the token focus they have. Like, you know? Once I get to Leviathan. Ooh, okay. Yeah, what do I want to leave untapped here? I probably want the blue. Yeah, I think we can do it this way. That's fine. All right. Matoya here is doing gonna be doing a lot of work.
Yeah. Matoya is going to draw you a lot of cards.
Mm-hmm.
Next turn, she draws you up to 3 cards.
Yeah. Okay, so they've got flashback on Geishel. They've got... They can't move the bow. Even if they could, doesn't really do much. They need 2 more birds, and it's very transparent when this is going to go off. And I'm fine trading here.
Yeah. XF becomes huge.
Yeah. Ultimecia is also, like, gigantic.
Yeah, she's a 4/5 and then becomes a... Well...
Oh, shit. Well...
Uh-oh.
None of those
That's
trample.
bad.
So...
Okay.
That's fine. That's just bad. I'm not taking this.
You draw a card, you can Leviathan. So
Yeah.
it won't that be a big deal either.
I'm fine with this. I could have kept Pixies around to draw, but, like... Alright, Leviathan is the entire board gone for them, so...
Yeah.
Leviathan!
Gets rid of the birds. They
Yeah.
good on Chocobo Quest as well.
Oh, yeah, 1 point from Matoya. Sure.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so they're gonna get a Chocobo. No.
Oh!
No. 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 No.
Go away,
No.
please. We don't want... I
No,
don't
thank
want, I
you.
don't
No,
want to
thank
deal
you.
with that.
No. No. Kicker, please. You. You.
I'm not going to take...
I'm not owned, actually. I'm not owned. I'm not
I'm not
owned.
going to take 10,000 damage. Thank you very much.
I'm not owned.
Standard Legal Infinity Elemental is what that card is, basically.
Yeah. Lands aren't really anything. Hell.
They do let you flip her over.
Yeah, let's take untapped land. We already have double black. No, we don't have double black yet. That'll be something to grab in the future. Flip is 8 and 8 cards. We have 8 cards for the flip. We don't have 8 mana. Next turn we can X-Death, though, and X-Death is 8 power. Like, we can X-Death and Matoya. Matoya draws off Ultimecia.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, alright. So, goodbye, Leviathan. You did your work.
Leviathan did some fucking work, though, against them.
So, let's
I
go.
didn't think of... This is a very token-heavy set in general, because a lot of the creatures that... There's actually, like, a fair number of creatures at common who just are tokens. So that means that,
Ooh.
Okay. I think, funnily enough, the way that double-sided cards work...
We would be able to
you
have...
can briefly have one bolt of each X-Death, but then once they flip...
Yep.
Becomes a problem.
I should have played the land second after the draw, because then we'd have double black here. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I'm assuming Neo X Death isn't living.
Yeah, so you can just have second Neo.
Yeah. So why not second Neo X Death?
Oh, the hatred in the world could not defeat me.
Gladio. All right. Sure, Big Bird.
You can take that. They're
Yeah.
they're down to 2 cards left and it's single red.
Yep.
If they swung in with that bird, you'd be just like, yeah, sure, we'll take 5.
Yep.
You still have 1 more swamp in the deck for what it's worth. It's still possible to have double black on the next turn.
Yeah. The Surveil has high odds.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, 9. Ooh.
Well, that's actually just fine to play as is, yeah.
Well, also, milling these gives me more damage with, Neo X
True,
Death.
actually.
So. Okay.
I'm glad that we're playing with X Death.
Yeah.
A lot of
And he's
fucking
doing,
power.
he's like, you know, the thing about a 3-power creature, a 3-mana creature coming in this hot, you know, like.
Yeah.
It's Fiesta, indeed.
Blue, black, green.
Yeah.
Like, it's a little slow, but not that slow.
Yeah, and it has a piece of interaction in case of, like, major problem. Like, I don't know, turn 2 Tifa problems are the ones I think of.
Yeah, opening up Sin would have been good because here's the other great thing. Sin is a Leviathan, so it wouldn't get bounced by playing Leviathan.
Red, open, active. Yeah. Bolt? Sabotendi!
Sabotendi.
Okay.
Sabotender being played against a Cactuar. How dare they?
Yeah.
Hello, X-Death. Return once more.
This, luckily, Wyvern actually matches fine. Like, obviously Reach, but, like, our 1-1 match is fine here. Ooh, okay. We need another color.
Green, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll just push. You can trade with my flyer.
Yeah, it needs a third of its power. Oh, 2/3 of its power.
And
it
then
doesn't mean that the card is gone entirely.
And then we have another one.
Gonna actually be playing Vanille next turn.
Yeah. Pick up the Dragoon Wyvern. Could have been a play here. Pick up the Wyvern. I like how much removal we're holding right now, in case of problems showing up. Oh, that was fire. Oh. Okay.
Also, that played an old-timey fucking sound effect for that. That's cute.
Well, Vanille, pick us up.
Mega's too expensive to want to grab
expensive.
here. You also don't have any in-hand incentive to grab the island.
Just grabbing the lands aren't bad, though. Like, we're holding
True.
Matoya. I'm gonna get the land drop and make sure that we're making that level of forward progress. This is actually a really cool Pyroclasm, by the way, because it's scalable.
Mm-hmm.
It's expensive to scale, but, like, that's what you're... Okay, that's good to know on the...
If it was cheap to scale, it would be the best Pyroclasm.
Yeah.
Like, make Anger of the Gods look like trash, and that was already a pretty good one. Also, it's an instant, worth noting. It's an instant speed one as well.
Yeah. Return target instant or sorcery... Sorry, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard or exiled with flashback you on your hand, add red.
Yes, this is Runic Repetition is junk now compared.
So let's...
Which is... Hey, I'm glad that that's actually in red as an effect. I think that's cool. Specifically, the fact that it'll only grab flashback cards is something that makes it okay to me.
Yeah, that...
I otherwise typically hate whenever they have return card from exile.
I think that only hitting a card that has flashback makes it real enough.
Yes.
The Regalia.
Car.
Bomb is driving.
How can this be?
Bomb is driving. I am taking that hit. Yeah. No thanks. Okay. Well,
Bomb can't drive if Bomb is is tapped forever.
What's attacking? And if they, like, animate, we can just, you know, ice it in some way. We don't want to... We couldn't use this...
You can full Blizzaga, can't you? Blizzaga, can't you?
No, it's 8 for that.
Oh, wow, okay.
Okay, so we're going bomb on Matoya, and then we're going to go ahead and...
Shock it somehow?
No, we're using the fire we picked up. I'm actually going to go ahead and... This is cute. I'm going to bounce Vanille.
That makes sense. Yeah, you could just pick Matoya back up if you wanted to.
I think that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, they did a lot of work for this set, and it's very cute.
All right. Ooh. Now I can pick up Xdeath and play Xdeath this turn to flip.
You could also pick Omega up, and like the moment they play anything, Omega just utterly stuffs it forever.
We only have one non-basic right now.
That's true. I guess Xdeath does flip immediately.
I'm gonna go for Omega. Alright. What I'm expecting out of them is something to, like... What on earth do you have? Or are you just waiting? Okay. If they go for the Regalia, I can go ahead and, like, tap it. This is Artifact or creature. So, like, if they...
Stick that card in the Summoner Sanctum forever.
So if...
Gladiolus.
Uh-huh. That grabs a land.
There it is.
All right. So the idea there was that they were doing this in response to be able to pump with Gladio on the car.
Yes.
So that was the, like, reasoning on that. If we draw...
And then Omega will stun Gladio for one turn.
Yeah, which might be enough here. Ooh.
Double black is necessary for both sides of that.
But that's still just a nice one to have here.
Yep.
Alright, cool thing on Omega. This is a lethal threat now. Because we attack our opponent down to 8, and we have an 8/8. So, you need an answer. Okay. Endless Chocobo. And, oh, well, that's...
Death Touch.
That's a way cleaner one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Alright, okay.
There is a Swamp in your grave, for what it's worth.
Among. It doesn't grab from...
Oh, dang. Okay.
Okay, well. Dreams of Laguna actually might be a nice draw, even. I know milling it is nice and all, but, like... Milling it is like having a... Hold on, I'm thinking about reach.
The Ochu doesn't have reach.
Nah, no, it has Death Touch. Believe in the Pixie. Alright, now we're good. So 2 cards in hand, they can flash back to grab Fire Magic or Airship Crash. That's about it. Airship Crash kills Omega? Swamp and Grave. So let's... Ooh. If we
That
flash...
just lets you pull out Maduin, yeah.
Yeah. And we can just play this right now to Modwin. We'll leave Guado Salam on top because Modwin looks at the top card of the deck and then grabs it if it's a permanent. And then we have an overrun in 2 turns. So, not next. Next turn we get some extra mana, and then the other turn we get overrun, so... Their hand has no lands. Their hand is 2 spells.
Sabotendi.
Okay. There's a land they drew. I know it's a land they drew because they would have played it last turn with Gladiota Landfall.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a good last card in hand to have.
Yeah. Okay. Extra mana. Let's go ahead and Dreams of Laguna, see if we can't find some... Nope. 7 cards in deck? Hold on.
Labman, I think, is in here? Yeah, there
Yeah,
he
Labman's
is.
in here, but Vanille 2 is not.
That's true. We could go grab Vanille too if we dig for it.
Yeah.
Which, you've got the world map as well. That can also remove a land from your deck.
We can't... Okay, let's go... Pixie... Okay. One, two, three, four. Okay, the pump on Ochu is only 4 right now. We also just have the threat of an overrun that could have our opponent play defensive right now. And by threat, I mean it literally on the board. Like there's a visible overrun that will happen if Modwin is in play. So I think they can't do anything. Let's check the deck. Vanille, 2 Ochus, no basic, Chocobo Kick. Okay. Alright.
Hey, Chocobo Kick's a good way to get a 6/6 out of the way.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and pull that up. So I'm going to go ahead and target... Oh my god. Oh. What?
Sabotendi.
The big Tendi. Okay.
It doesn't trample still.
Yeah, it reaches, so the attack no longer functions.
Yes, but I think that's fine. I think getting rid of the 6/6 was honestly more important than swinging in here.
Yeah. Okay. So we have to chump block Sabotendi for a little while. A bit of a problem.
If you rip Vanille, there's only 4 cards left in your deck afterwards. She digs through 2. You need to survive for a few more turns.
We have our opponent this scared.
Wait, if Town Greeter was in your grave and you grabbed Vanille, you could go choose. No, wait, you need the.
We need to pick up the. We need to pick up the
Blood Man, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna keep Ilmeg
Wait, could you
Pixie.
do Vanille into Vanille and then grab Labman?
Yes.
Yeah, that would work. That would dig you down to 0 cards left in deck.
So if we draw Vanille, we can do it.
Yes.
And this is a fine draw no matter what.
Because it's both huge and gets the death touch.
Yeah, this all of a sudden makes the, you know, +17/+17 threat too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is so good. I want our opponent to be empty-handed so they can't shock, Labman. Fuck me.
Oh, man! Holy fuck! That's big enough to fight through the Ochu.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think they can. Yeah, I don't think they can attack right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there she is. All right.
We only have 2 cards in deck, so we can just go Vanille into Labman.
Yes. Okay.
And we can't draw here because
you have no way to force drawing, but
they're on top deck. So finish it.
cards on the table, buddy. Kill us.
Yep.
You got 1 turn.
Do we not have a flashback draw? Nope. No!
Bartz and Boko.
No!
That's good enough. They
That'll
did it.
do it. We're toast. Wow.
Top decked Bartz to kill you. Bartz and Galuf killed X-Death player.
Rip. That's so... Damn. We, like... Because we had already used both of our Laguna memories, which are our, like, instant draw.
Damn.
Bart's... I think Bart's and Boko is very strong. Like, it's very FTK.
Yep.
Alright. Yeah, this is fine.
If nothing else, it's 1/1 death touch.
Yeah.
Like.
Alright.
Leviathan.
Yeah, I'll take Leviathan. So we do have the problem of the Tonberry now. They actually have a
Tonberry
this is a
swings in.
Oh, this is aggression
Ninja
going
blades.
here. Okay. So this when you hit you throw a card and your opponent loses life equal to the mana value of it when it comes in. Okay. We're gonna pass. I want the equip here. No? I don't know how to deal with this, is the problem.
First striking death touch 2/1. Yeah, we don't really have many ways to deal with that.
I'm gonna let it come in. Okay. They can move the Ninja Blades now. They get a 4-drop. Sage, sure. That lets you untap. Okay. That's fine. Okay, that's actually very good for us then. So let's go.
No attack while its tail is up, while it's treated in its shell, in the mist form, with its wings. It really did that same exact tutorial boss 4 games in a row.
Be careful. Attack when its tail's up. Calm up. It's gonna counterattack. Alright.
They did keep the comma. That's very funny.
So, we're gonna be taking...
A lot.
Yeah, they get to untap a creature here with that. I'm gonna go ahead and... Like, I'm blocking Tonberry. I don't want to take that ninja hit. I think we're taking the 4. I don't want to trade Vanille here. Yeah. This doesn't trample. Alright. I want to... Well, alright. No attacks really work here, because I would trade with a token we're about to kill, so... Leviathan? You don't have a counterspell, right? Syncopate for 1 is fake. Cool. Boing. Alright. So we've answered the Tonberry a little bit.
That answers the Tonberry pretty hard. I mean, it has 2 turns until it comes back, basically.
Oh, attacking creature, not just any creature. Okay. Cool. So we actually do have time there. Demon Wall. 6 to activate. Okay. Combat. So we're gonna go... and play our own Wyvern. Okay. And so the stuck in the sanctum is our way of, like, if they go for like a equip pile or something like that, we just can stuff that. I also can pick up Leviathan with Vanille.
Yeah, solid play.
I want them to spend removal on Leviathan, please.
It's an extremely slow combo, but I mean that does keep happening.
Yes.
You can just keep replaying Leviathan with a Vanille.
Yeah. 2 cards in hand. Counterspell proper is in the bonus sheet. Same with like Brainstorm and Cryptic. Malboro. Okay. I think I'm discarding Ultimecia. We take 2.
Exiles the top 3 cards of their library.
Yeah.
Rough. All getting hit with Bad Breath sucks, so...
It does.
You do have Labman in your hand, so I guess it's still mostly fine.
Yeah. We're holding the piece.
Also, I think you just milled 3 lands, or functionally 3 lands.
Oh, the other Vanille. Okay. Let you go to attackers. Alright. So we're gonna go Vanille. Vanille, pick up Leviathan.
Opponent then immediately realizes what kind of game that
yeah, we are
be
now
here.
And I'm gonna...
I will say, I am really, really enjoying how dynamic your deck is. You know what I mean. Cards are moving between zones here, and like you're actively using them to your advantage by doing so. You're pulling off combos. You're playing Laboratory Maniac that would have won you last game if your opponent didn't top deck a kill spell for it.
We're on 12 cards in deck, by the way.
Yep.
Just like, and I have a
so
Dreams
that
of
they could-
Laguna left, so we can maybe.
Yeah.
So the hope here is
And
that
When you do the thing again, also if they replay the Malboro, that does put you deeper into
it does
territory.
it does threaten us with the 6 life we have.
Oh, of course. That's
But
pretty
you
good
know,
too, but
I'm not as worried about that.
what, me worry?
This is hilarious.
This is a very powerful Tomberry.
Yeah. Well, I'm blocking with a hero token that won't live, so. Yeah. So. Combat doesn't make sense here. They can play the Scorpion. Okay. So. Let's go. Leviathan. Town Greeter.
Wait, how many cards left in deck do you have?
7.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I
So.
can only force you to get rid of 3.
Yeah.
The concern was, of course, that of like, all right, let's get down as low as possible. We don't have Ladman on the field yet.
Yeah.
So you're drawing 1 card next turn, no problem. Vanille mills 2 more.
Yes.
If they play the Malboro, which they did, that gets rid of 3 more. That's enough. You win, I think.
Do I have the mana for that? Is going to be the question.
Because you have it. You need 7.
Because we have a draw from Leviathan attacking.
Yes.
So we get to go 10 mana. How am I milling the rest here? So it's Adventurers, 3 in deck.
Vanille mills 2.
Vanille mills 2, and how are we getting the...
Yeah, you need 1 more mana to be able to do all of it and play Dreams to win.
Okay, what about...
If they block the Town Greeter, yeah, there you go. Now you just vanilla up the Town Greeter, and that gets rid of all of your cards in your deck.
But I don't have mana to draw now.
No, but like,
I think I'm just playing Vanity Adventurers and, like, passing the turn here. I don't think we can win right now on the... We can win off of the...
1 plus draw.
I think we're good. I think all we need to do is untap from here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Top 5, they choose, we choose, they choose, we choose, they choose. They're picking up, you can have, you can't have Malboro, actually. So they picked up Stuck in the Summoner's Sanctum, which stops activated abilities.
But
Uh-huh.
it's a triggered ability.
It's a
right?
replacement
Like,
effect.
Replacement. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Flatman's a replacement. So, you know. We're fine. We're fine. We're gonna get our lab van win finally. God. It doesn't. So here's the thing. In the last set, in Aether, or not in the last set, in Aether Drift, this card blanks text boxes.
Mm-hmm.
It does not blank the text box here. Anyway. Uh-huh. Opponent is going to learn. I don't think that's not reading the, like, there are complex differences between a lot of the tap effects, you know?
That is the kind of situation that would very understandably, this happened at, at release here, someone would call a judge and that would be completely reasonable to do so.
Yeah.
That's not a, you should have read the card. That is, you need to understand the comp rules, the definitional difference between a replacement effects triggered ability versus an activated ability and so on and so forth. Those are complicated.
This deck rules.
This deck is great. I love it.
Hey,
this is a fantastic first impression of the format. I'll just say that.
All right. Town Greeter, help us out. Thank you.
Hey, Swamp. You just milled 4 lands.
Damn. I'm thinking about this game's us 2 life if we take a town, but like being able to play X Death on 3, I think is more important.
I think so. Also, that is 3 permanents in your grave
already. Yeah, that's 3 permanents already for X Death. Ah! Okay, Bards, though. That's fine.
I do find it kind of funny that Bards, the, I think 5th lowest DPS class in, by itself anyway, obviously buffs the rest of the team, so it's technically higher. But, 5th lowest DPS class in all of, Final Fantasy 14 is a 3/3.
So I'm willing to, ooh, okay. My thought was I was fine trading for a trick out of our opponent's hand. Now that's a 4/4. That's okay. We can land Pixie, world map, get a point in. Okay. That's fine. 4 cards in hand. They have 6 mana now. They ramped up, so they can be playing like T-Rexes and yeah. Okay. Now the 6/6 with trample. These are the new Capen. No, these are not the new Capen ones. These are Phyrexian ones. For a second, I thought they were the buildings, but they're not. Forest to Grave.
And that's number 6, so that's Ned immediately.
Yeah, Ned next turn is active, and that'll be able to trade with the T-Rexer. The world map also is going to go, so. Okay. Let's grab another green. Try this. Okay. Could be worse.
One Chocobo kick.
Oh boy, we T-Rex him.
Or just play Leviathan.
Yeah, let's hold on. No
Go
reach.
first.
No reach.
Yes.
My head has that card. Alright. Leviathan, Leviathan. This deck's also, like, really consistent because how much it sees through cards.
Yeah. Man, Leviathan is, as a 6-drop, so good.
Okay, tap land. We get to draw off of Leviathan.
And if they want to take the trade, they can. They're not going to. They're gaining 6 life. They've gained 12 life off of these cards, I think.
Do I want to leave this back then to save 6?
You know, I think that's not a bad idea. Because, like, you're going to have to work a little bit harder to chew through their life total.
Yeah. And I am going to Esper Origins here. Ooh.
Ultimecia is flippable in this.
Yeah.
I don't think she's flippable right this second. She's not, but you have the double black and the double blue.
Yeah. Thinking if I keep that land. How many lands are in our grave right now? 5, 7. I might keep that land. Okay. Hello! It's Ned. So they could, like, go equip and get in, but that equip is 6, and it's +2/+2, like Ned trades there. Okay, second Bard Bow. So they must have something else better to play. Ah, Giganto. Sure. Obviously, we don't want to trade here anymore, so...
Esper Origins, if you flip that up, Maduin will see a permanent.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay. Yeah.
Mega's also kind of good to see here. I mean, this is a game of backbreakers right now, so...
Yep. So I'm going to show off Ultimecia. And then... we're going to pass here. Hopefully Neo X Death holds off the world a little bit here better. I will trade with Ned.
Yeah, I think they're going to be going off the back of, like, well, I've just got another one, so I'm just going to play that in and get my 3 damage in.
Okay. Yep. They got a lot of life to work with, but that's, at the end of the day, you gotta realize, that's, ooh, that's actually really nice.
That's actually a fantastic draw right now, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so we get some extra mana.
Also, you've got 2 you've got 2 non-basic lands, so...
So we can go Omega.
Rexar's the one with trample, so...
Yeah. Put you in double stun. And I will pass. Yeah. So Modwin's gonna go away next turn. Like, if there's a trade offered, I would take that. But, like, Modwin also is gonna overrun, which, with, like, helps Omega out a bit. I think Omega's getting hilarious. Okay.
Exact-seized.
Okay.
That, by the way, Lightning Magic is an extremely good shock.
Yeah.
The versatility on that is a lot.
Modwin's also already going down, so we're going to take that trade. End step. Dreams. No, thank you. Nice. Nice. Ooh.
Fantastic. Good combo.
All right. Immediately get the combo going.
Except as a 15.
Yeah, and I get to draw the Ochu here for my last mana.
Yeah, true.
Also, Ochu has a plus 15.
Yeah. This is such a ridiculous suite of like, all right, we're gonna keep on playing enormous shit at each other. Whose wins?
All right, warrior. Torgal, a fine hound. And Rydia. Ooh. Okay, Rydia gets a 1/1 counter. Do you have any? No, you don't have any summons. Okay.
There's no reason to not just flip Ultimecia, because she causes you to take an extra turn.
Yeah. And that's my entire mana for the turn, so... It does -8 X death. Because you have to exile 8 cards.
Oh, that's true.
But
yeah,
you can exile...
Well, you can exile non-permanents, so it's only minus, like, 5, I think. Well, no, actually, a couple of your non-permanents actually are exiled already because of those dreams. Yeah, I guess we'll see what they pay for here. Is there a reason to activate? Does the game trample too?
It just becomes huge and doesn't trade. But that's...
It has Death Touch.
No, I mean, but it would be a 16/16. It wouldn't die.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's fine. I think I know our win con. So this is landfall, draw, discard, draw, and then re-summon from grave. Rydia is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Tap you down. Okay.
Sounds like something that's gonna get bounced.
Yeah, I'm looking at... If I bounce now... Six cards in library. Okay.
Vanille into Greeter is 6 plus 4 for Laguna. You have 10 on board? You got 9.
I think we have it here. So we go we just take an extra turn.
Yep.
Is that enough? Yeah, take an extra turn is enough. So
okay.
We go end step, do it. 1, 2, 3, don't remove that. 4, 5, 6, 7. This doesn't matter. Time Walk. We then go... Vanille.
Right, Dreams surveils one, so you can just put whatever it is on the grave first and then draw.
Yeah. You get to pick up Vanille, Adventure, Combat. Oh, that's not... We don't have the Surveil anymore. I was planning on the Surveil from that getting it, but that's fine. We have one card in deck.
This is... You have multiple... That's actually the thing here.
Yeah. So we have 0 cards in deck.
Do the stylish way of winning.
We'll win both. We have both victories on board. This counts as both. This deck.
Look at that. That was like you fought through like a number of 6/6s because X-Death is huge.
I love that X-Death also got to hit for like 16 in that fight.
I feel like X-Death being an uncommon the way he is actually secretly a huge buff. You're gonna be seeing X-Death a lot in this format, I think. He's so much power.
This is fine. We have this curve.
I was about to say, damn, only one color, but actually, hold on.
Yeah, we have a curve, and the curve is really good. And we have this to
Yeah.
fix if like something goes wrong. So
this is number 3 for Lab Man threatening.
yeah,
victory.
that was multiple X-Deaths and fatigue, win con, and also time compression. Yeah, I had still thought that
X-Death and X-Death Soul.
I thought that I'd forgotten that Ultimecia wouldn't have the backside, you know? Ooh. Okay. Of any one drop that could, like, try and win the game out of a 5-card hand, that is one of them. These Ochus will... Okay, looks like Chocobos... Wow, our opponents are out for blood. Gruul seems, yeah. Okay. Taking the hit. No blocks. Untapped land would do it. Let's just go ahead and Dreams of Laguna. Yes. Thank you. And this is one of our best...
Which is a fantastic way to stuff that Chocobo.
Yeah, that's fine. That lets us play Matoya and an Ochu next turn. But opponent's on 3 cards left in hand. Okay, they're going to try
and... number 2!
Look at the aggro they're going for here. This is... They've got
I love this,
spice.
Yeah.
I will choose to make this trade, thank you. Because we have a backup Ochu.
Yep. And then Matoya blocks the other Sabotender amazingly well.
Yep.
So
let's go this way. We're going to go ahead and Matoya. Yeah, look at the curve they've got. Sabotendies and Chocobos. Anyway, we're going to attack here. Obviously, they can trade, but I would love that. Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah, you can just use that to grab another Ochu out of your grave.
Yeah. I want them to trade because we want 1-for-1 trades in this position. Like, they're on a very slight, they're on a pretty deep mulligan. So...
Play the land, don't do anything with it. Yeah.
All right, let's go Laguna
Want to?
Dreams. That's a fine card to draw. Town Greeter. Thank you.
That's Maduin as well, just available.
Yeah. So, Xanarkin's quite strong. Makes a XX creature, where X is like your lands +1, basically. They can pick it up with the Choco Kick if they end up finding that. And that would be like something they could do for a long term. I think they have a Choco Kick for... Okay.
Yep.
That's
They're
fine.
Straight up going for it.
Yep.
They are doing a heroic effort to win the
Yeah.
game off of the back of this one drop.
Yeah. We're gonna go Vanille.
Sorry, buddy. We are not going to let you not have to deal with the Death Toucher.
You've got to deal with the Death Toucher. And then I am gonna get it.
And then, of course, the problem is, as well, Leviathan also just kind of wins by removing all these
Leviathan
characters.
resets the Chocobo. But that's very funny.
Oh, that's so good. I respect what your opponent's deck is doing a lot. Offer a trade with the Ochu because, like, why not?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you do
Well-
that if you were to play the Leviathan on the same turn.
Let's go ahead and Pixie. Pixie is a draw. Choco Racetrack. And a land.
So his deck is so focused.
Yeah, I am in awe at the deck our opponent has together. It's powerful, it's real. We're gonna fly over it. We're gonna
Leviathan.
And that's game.
Just so you know, we're still playing the Ochu.
Yeah, that's
This
the
is
fourth.
Ochu number 4, functionally.
Ochu number 5. We only saw like 2 Chocobos, 2 Sabotenders, the kick, and this is like a late game, like a long term, like, okay, this is something that can be value in a long game. Like our opponent's deck, they were on a Molda 5. I'm scared what this was on a 7.
Oh yeah,
Like,
on a 7, this deck was
like-
probably
On a-
like a burn spell backup
Yeah.
on there somewhere.
Right, like a thunder or like a pump spell, and then all of a sudden, like our long term game doesn't work.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, very focused. Yeah, suplex, the Chocobo suplex. All right, Cloud. World map, this is fine.
World map forgives a lot of problems here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, world map. You're doing what I want in this deck. By the way, all right. Yeah, this handle just looks nice. Like Laguna for long term, removal spell, and like defensive pieces. And a Chocobo. Alright, as long as they don't know to kill my world map.
Boo is back.
Always love to see Matoya in this deck. Alright, so this is, lands into play so they can just keep slamming. This one's nice. This is like a really good mana confluence. Oh, okay. That's a clean way to get around like Ochu combat here.
Yeah.
Let's just get Matoya down. Two in the air. Poo-poo in the air? No way. You could activate that, but that'd be your entire turn. Poo-poo's from 8. This is weird little alien that would show up around the world with like a cow and such. Town greeter. If they want to counter town greeter, I'm fine with that. Okay. So Dreams of Laguna is draw 2. Yep, they get to put a land into play. No, oh! They've got nothing.
They didn't have one.
They didn't have one.
That's actually
Okay.
good information for us. That means their hand is gas.
Combat tutorial. I'm willing to Dreams of Laguna in response here. Yeah, I'll take that one to hand, please. Just in case, you know. So we need to deal
Meal's
with.
actually good. We have a next step in our grave.
Yeah. Bark, bark. Oh, sweet. All right.
Yeah, I can play Ochu and that now.
Yeah. Vanille, are you sitting on like a counter or something? What do you got? Are you gonna put a
They drew that
syncopate?
off.
Yeah, syncopate. Yeah, okay.
They put a land down so they could syncopate
could
for 2 as opposed to. Oh.
Yeah,
That was smart.
that went well for him. Okay, we need an answer for their flyers. Once we can, like, I think we need to probably put the Wyvern in the Sanctum. 5?
Deliberately tapped one at a time.
Oh! They're going for their Mirage Vest, which is a draw 4, by the by. This card's quite strong. They asked it for 5 mana. Plane cycling, Poo-Poo can put the land. This is... Poo-Poo's doing a lot of work, I must say. Okay. I'm just gonna put these down, you know. Yeah, put the land. We know you have one. So there's the plans. So we have Laguna Dreams as a draw 2 still. Titus
is here.
Ah. +1/+1 on artifacts.
Tapper.
And tap.
And +1/+1 hack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Titus can fight an
You have
Ochu.
2 of these.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Winota. Winota bugs. Oh, that could be really dangerous.
Your opponents have been playing a lot of Barks.
Yeah. Hexproof indestructible. Alright, Winona trigger. Winona trigger for the Emperor.
Man.
Oh, that's attacking. I'm done. I should have blocked that with Matoya. I was sitting there thinking, like, I don't want to throw anything away here. Okay. Alright, we need to kill the Wyvern. The problem is, I think they still might have us dead.
They have 3 towns, 3 power in the air.
4
and,
power now. I'm sorry, you have 3 starting towns? What the hell is this? What's your mana? Hold on, I've got questions about your mana base. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait.
People weren't picking the rare lands heavily, and when they opened them on pack 1, I guess.
I guess. Titus dies this way, you die this way, Emperor dies this way. We take 5. Yeah, live sold on Gridania, clearly. Yeah. God, that's bad. Because that's another stun next turn. So we get a 2. You gotta get us out of here. I don't think Vanille's enough.
Except gains life. That also gains
So
life.
does, yes, okay. X-Death, save our And then Esper Origins, gain some more life. No, thank you. Cards left in deck, 12, that's fine. And we'll get to draw off this too. Okay, that'll be nice next turn to give us a blocker. Anyway! What good game? No!
Ah, rough.
Yoink.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. Yeah. What a deck.
Their deck revolved around that poo-poo UFO.
I'm also really happy with the way that, like, I'm so happy with the way X-Death played in this deck. Also, damn.
Toya,
Matoya, danger. Okay, so what we've learned. X-Death has a lot of problems beating Bards.
yes.
Like, just a lot of problems beating
Earnestly, every card with Bartz on it is earnestly good against X-Death because he's only got 3 toughness, and Boko and Bartz will likely kill him by being played. Being able to draw a bunch of cards, obviously good. That other one also good against him. He's got 4 power and so on. Yeah.
Artwork. Oh, that was good. Okay.
That was a very fun 4-3. Like, all the way through.
Yeah,
every
absolutely.
game was a blast.
I'm going to take a step away and then hit in draft 2. I want to do 2 on the night, even though it's a little bit of a late start. So I'll be right back, and we'll hit up draft 2.
Hey, one of those deaths to self-mill. I was about to say smell fill. One of those deaths to self-mill was also a possible win to self-mill. That man worked. Wild.
All right. Ooh, I should hit the. Hold on. Where's my shuffle and boogie boogie button? There we go. I'm really happy with the outcome on that draft, because not only did we get to do a lot of like really fun, like, as you said, like game movement actions all over the place, but like
The deck was dynamic, like I said.
Yeah.
It interacted with a lot of zones.
yeah, on top of that, we had a lot of opponents on a variety of plans. We had like, you know,
Yeah.
a couple different chocobo aggro bits. We had like evasive bits, long-term bits, you know, big creatures. I liked the variety we saw. So that's a good
Yeah.
sign in my mind.
Also, I immediately kind of really like how Sagas play. The summons play.
Yeah. That bomb.
Orb Trader.
Win a game once you take an extra turn. Yeah, sure. Mill 400 cards. Sure. Win with no cards in your library. I'm sorry, the whole plan. Okay. Anyway. Let's start draft 2. It is a fun goof. Like, again, these plans are straightforward, but we have a lot of goofy stuff going on. Yeah, the hellhole wrong. Alright.
All right, what do we got?
I want... Also, our deck
mean,
was
we
thematic.
just played through. Yeah, we just played with green, blue, black, and blue. I'd like to see. I mean, that's also fine with me. That seems good.
Yeah, I don't hate just starting with, like, this as a direction.
We could also look at Zach and Barrett if we wanted to.
Yeah,
check
so
them out.
Zach is make a creature indestructible and hand off counters and equipment and such. Barrett does damage equal to equipment you've got.
Yep.
Clash of the Icons kicks ass. This is like a bunch of effects for sagas.
Barrett specifically is the number of equipped creatures you
Yeah.
control.
Yes, not equipment.
Yeah.
Equipped creatures. Sid is its own. Another Sid 14. Huh.
There's also Relentless X over there if you want to, kill that early and get a bonus to your seed rank.
Yeah, if we do win this fight, we do get the bonus points from the seed rank.
Doesn't really matter too much. All you have to do is do the quizzes, and that's the way you get
Yeah.
most of the seed rank.
Okay, I'm gonna take Earth Crystal, and I'm gonna try and focus on like 1/1 counter stuff. So like Ride the Shoe
Sure.
Puff. Ooh, I love that there's the opera bit here.
If you open up Tifa again, you're playing Tifa
Yeah.
this time.
Absolutely. Reno
Earth
and
Crystal is
Rude.
green creatures or green spells.
Earth Crystal is green spells.
All right, nice.
1/1 counters double, and then can hand off 1/1 counters. Yeah, Reno and Rude are like a fair Ragavan. When they hit, you can sack an artifact or creature to like steal, to choose to play the card. I'm taking Ride the Shoe Buff. I'm just kind of looking at cards here.
Yeah. Ride the Shoe Puff's also like actively just a good
Yeah.
enchantment.
Clash the
Fancy Shoe Buff.
Icons. Sketch. This is it. Now is the time to choose. We've got Arid with our like JoJo's spirit inheritance in the back. Chocobon.
I think you've got things you can pick up that are
Yeah.
totally fine at the moment still.
There's nothing in here that screams a direction to me.
My instinct, if nothing screams a direction, is to stick on color whenever
Yeah.
that happens.
All right, then I'm going to take the fight spell. This has some implications with sagas as well, but this is a fight spell too. All right, well, looks like we need
Even the great
Louis. Equipped creature. This is double ramp. Looking for aggressive pieces, and this pack is not having any of them at the mo.
Yeah, there's how many creatures are in this
Yeah, I was
pack?
gonna say we got 2 total creatures.
2. Yeah. You could cut green from this pack.
I could. I'm gonna cut red instead. I don't know that I care too much on.
Hey, Ramu.
Okay.
As Ramu, as far as a creature goes.
Ramu is a sort of FTK, non-creature, non-lands in your graveyard, blast, and then it's a wizard.
Is a 4/3
Yeah.
on the next turn.
Other choice could be the racetrack. Oh, we can pick up the Crystal's Chosen and then like.
Oh yeah, hold up. Now we're talking. You want to have your Onion kids?
The onions with the Earth Crystal. Racetrack full of birds is also a good option too, I think.
Yeah, that is also good.
Maybe I should have picked that ramp piece. Ooh! Ramp plus Ochu. We don't have any birds yet, is the piece. I'm trying to pick up some of the white pieces and try to make that color work here. Oh my. Three to equip on that. They do really want us to be dwarfing. They really.
Now that is a print run and a
Oh
half.
boy. So, the person on our left is going to be heavy dwarfing. Okay. I'm not impressed by where we're sitting right now. I feel like
No, not really, but it could definitely develop into a deck.
yeah. Take weapons vendor that draws. Yeah. Like the green, we have the crystal in green, and then we don't have anything else that like we only have like Gobu Gardener is the only other creature in there. So we don't have a lot of the birds and pieces that I want to make that function. The white I'm a little more happy with. The Castle Guards trade and then make a body. Inspiration can win out of nowhere. Weapons vendor cycles is a little bit too expensive unless you're doing some equipment nonsense. But like also we're seeing like a reasonable amount of white still hanging out here.
Be careful with Phoenix Down. That says exile target spirits.
Okay.
Hey, Farian.
God. I passed up 3 of those dwarves and now we're gonna pay for it. Green crystals doubles 1/1 counters. I also could be fine on Dragoon Lance.
Also, another 14 Sid. That might actually be just
That might just be like, yeah, that might be
quirk.
something like weird with that. I'm gonna believe in the white aggressive pieces in here. The green might not be where we end up with everything if we find better. Okay, hold on.
That's a Chocobo, however.
This is a card I'm really excited about. Like the
Earth Crystal and Saz Chocobo work together beautifully.
it's also just a really
That's
oh well. Counter target spell. Bound Garden, which flips. Is pretty cool. But Renoa, though. Renoa is strong at going wide, hands off 1/1 equal to however many creatures you control on attack.
That's actually pretty alright.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a solid reason to be in white-green. Cactuar.
Cactuar is hilarious. I love this design.
Gigantic 3/3 for 1, but he only hits every other turn.
Yep.
So
I'm gonna believe in Cactuar.
I believe in Cactuar. I've come up with a new recipe.
Slash with light. I'm actually going to take a little bit more of the creature count right now is what I'm a little worried about
Yeah.
with our picks we had in pack 1. This ain't great. Our colors are fully gone. I was hoping that passing all those dwarves would get red off the table, but clearly that didn't work. Clive's Hideaway has Hideaway.
Yep. Actually, reasonably easy to turn on. There's so many legendary creatures in this set.
Yeah. What do I want out of this? Okay. Galacat works with the equipment we're gathering.
Mm-hmm. So ideally, this ends up being a 3/3 flyer pretty reliably.
Yeah, that's dope.
This is the second water crystal we've seen rolling around in this two packs. This is pretty solid.
This is removal in half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, destroy target online permanent becomes a 1/1. I'm fine with that as a way to get rid of problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
green is getting picked up heavily,
Yeah.
at least in this direction.
Hopefully pack 3 that fixes up.
If we even see a Tifa, another Chocobo would actually be pretty solid.
Town greeter, another weapons vendor, some fixing pieces. Like, I don't hate just having a Crossroads village.
Town Greeter is also kind of a fixing piece, though, and
All right. Trying to get a little bit more pieces of metal so that Galacats will be on. If Galacat, like, functions for us, that'll...
Bahamut.
9.
9.
9.
You are playing green with a couple of pieces of ramp.
9.
Just a couple. I mean, if you get there, though.
Yeah, there's the end of the game if Bahamut comes down.
Yeah.
9. They have access to Torgal and Geishel Greens. Torgal, I think, is the best of these. Torgal gives humans 1/1 counters on come in, counts dogs, which we
And
have
is
some
a mana
extra.
dork.
And yeah, is a ramp piece. We aren't. I don't think with this deck, we only have one piece of real ramp. I don't think we're getting the 9. I'm sorry, Bahamut. Like, that feels, you know, a dreadful choice to make, but...
Stiltskin?
Stiltskin?
I think more like Paladin's Arms, honestly, or something like that, not looking more at it.
So Stiltskin is you hand a land over and draw a card.
Yeah. Costs 2 to do
Yeah,
that.
I'm just like,
It
I'm thinking,
functionally costs more like 3. I'm thinking like either Paladin's Arms or
yeah,
the Bard's Bow.
one of
yeah.
these two, yeah.
It's more metal. It's creatures on the field.
We could pick another Clash up, I know, too. We don't have a lot of sagas to take advantage of with that. We need to find some, another Crystal's Chosen, Racetrack, Gobu.
I think Crystal's Chosen is more on the speed of like topping out.
Yeah,
7 is easier to do than 9.
7 is a lot too, but like 7 and 9 is a world of difference. And here's Fang, by the way. When a card leaves your graveyard, draw and lose 1 life. Let's get a Racetrack. We don't have something up there. Clash 2. Ooh.
T-Rex
T-Rex actually does some work. I'd be fine with
Yeah.
another Clash, but like, and Gardener, but this is something that gets us lands early, and we've seen that the 6/6 is big enough. What is this one? Shadowbringers, okay. Snow is power equal to creature? Sure.
That's not bad.
Ah, 1/1 counter.
1/1 counter and plane cycling, both of which are actually pretty good here.
Paladin Arms, Weapons Vendor, Beavers?
Beavers can grab one of these equipment.
Grab most of the deck, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, that, I think, makes me feel a little better, having another evasive threat that works with our plan a little better. I'm a little worried this doesn't have the cohesion that I want. Wow, there's some powerful pieces still hanging around here. Nobody in, you can see the blue-red deck is wide open with, like, Emperor still hanging around.
Yeah, in particular, this feels like people didn't end up picking much blue at all in this,
Yeah.
of these three.
Yeah.
You were absolutely fighting over green with a number of different players here.
Okay.
White less so, but green very much.
Yeah, green, I feel like we picked up that Earth Crystal, and then green just does not feel like a great color in the deck. It's okay, it's not bad, like, there's some powerful stuff in here, but not a ton that I was looking for.
The green-white deck that you have is stronger than your mono-white deck. I'll say that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you know what?
Yeah, that's not bad.
Hey, buddy.
Trying to just win off of flyers is
Yeah,
not a bad idea.
What if I beat you with, like... Okay. Let's build from here. Let's see what the aggro looks
Bang,
like.
Phoenix down can kill X Death.
So yeah, there's our white. Something like that. And then we get Gardener, Shoepuff, Torgal, Bardbow, Crystal, Renoa, Racetrack, the other Bardbow. Something like this.
Hey, at the very least, we had to make cuts. That's a good sign.
And like a couple of these, we also, like, you know, Town Greeter, weapons. We don't have enough weapons for me to super want. Okay, let's see what we got. We have enough equipment around for me to feel fine about Gaelicats and their power. We have the stave, the lance, paladin arms, the bow. A lot of equipment that does the position for that. I think I'm gonna go with cut down on.
You're Not Alone is okay.
Yeah.
I think that's an easy first cut.
And then, like...
How wide are you going that Auron's Inspiration is worth playing? Because it is just Trumpet Blast, Flashback, Trumpet Blast.
That would be like trying to sneak wins with the Gaelicat flying, which might actually be what the deck is doing, like, looking at it. I'm unsure about Clash, the icons. I know
I'm also unsure of Clash.
Like,
this is just one mana fight, honestly, for you. And I feel like that's not particularly good. You're probably going to want that you had it at times, but I think Memories of Nibelheim is just much better for dealing with anything problematic.
I think we're okay for Snow.
I think Snow's
weaker, but like...
How about the Dwarven Castle Guards? What do they do? I know it's a 2-drop and you don't want to cut those.
They make a 1/1 on death.
They're a Doom Traveler, basically.
Yeah, that's fine. They stick to the board.
Yeah. Your deck is absolutely slow enough. It wants all 17 lands. So.
Yeah. The Earth Crystal gives it something to do in a flood-out game.
The Earth Crystal would almost be a concern to, like, not include, except that it does have, like, 5 at least cards in your deck that it interacts favorably with, and then also reduces the cost of green.
Yeah, it has some useful bits where like Moogle's Crystal, the Torgal, Shoe Puff, Saz's Chocobo. I think that is the full list. Magic Armor.
Magic Armor is an artifact.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I'm also still thinking like Arn's Inspiration just as a way to win a game might be real. Kind of want to believe in that.
Trick of a Racetrack creates 2/2s off of landfall, right?
Yeah, landfall. It's possible that like that's a little too long term for what we want in this deck.
It is, however, also an artifact.
Yeah. Control
I like the
or
Gardener
attack.
as a piece of ramp in this, because you
Yeah.
kind of want that. The Earth Crystal is a discount on a couple of expensive cards, including Renoa, Racetrack, and the 2 Rexar. And of course, anything of the earlier plays you draw late is also cheaper.
Yeah.
I think a big issue with your deck is that it doesn't draw cards at all.
No, we could put in like the weapons vendor, and there we had a bite at like Stiltskin if we wanted to hand off lands to draw or something like that. But we're kind of playing.
I feel like
top.
Stiltskin will put you so far behind on an individual turn that, at least in this particular deck, it wouldn't be pretty good.
We don't have anything really great to hand off.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll try without this. We'll see. We'll see if this deck has problems closing a game. That's the kind of card that this is.
Yes.
This is
yeah. You can also see if there's anything that's underperforming with what you're playing. So
yeah, Cactuar is
at the same time, you're playing Flyers, which will probably steal a game at least at some point.
Yeah. All right. Sure. This looks just fine. Ooh. Okay. Our turn 3 gets to be pretty nice. Because we get to go Gardener. Then we get to ride the Shoe Puff and then Landfall and then play the Lance. Then we don't get to do that at all because our opponent hits us with the Battle of the Big Bridge. Okay. How do I want to go?
Might want to land cycle one of those two.
Yeah. Yeah, losing that actually was pretty painful. We had a really good looking turn 3, either Crystal or Shoe Puff plus Lance, both of which will look really nice. They've got a land. Demon Wall can't turn on. Okay, Fang, which is pick up something out of grave, then you're on. Okay. So it's one more activation for Demon Wall. Ooh, alright. That gets them another card, but they only got one pickup off of the fight on. Yeah, I want to land off the top here. No, that...
Not a land is still nice to have, though.
Yeah.
Like in the pocket.
play Renoa here. God.
I just noticed Renoa is a warlock.
Yes!
Huh.
And a rebel.
Yes.
But yeah, warlock.
Human Rebel makes perfect sense. The warlock is interesting. I guess that's because could be a witch.
Yeah,
a
sorceress. Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
not a wizard, but like a sorceress. And that
Yeah.
dog is not a rebel.
Angela's just a dog. A dog that she can fire like a gun, but a dog.
Yes. What are we looking at? Are we just playing the Marlboro? Or are you just saying activate the demon wall? Yeah, we're just gonna play the Marlboro. And I think that is gonna get the... Dragoon Lance? The hands off flying, which is so good with Renoa.
I think it's the Galacat.
Yeah. 3/3.
Well, it is a 3/3. That's true.
Yeah. But if we get rid of the lance, then the cat really sucks because we don't have the second artifact.
Right. So I guess it actually, in the end, means it's the Moogle. But you have the Earth Crystal on the field. And it's the right of the Shoe Puff then, right? Because like all three of these other cards have reasonable.
Yeah.
They're all bad. All of them were bad for us is the problem.
We have some problems on turns here. There's not great. So like, this gets us like.
It gets you two three power flyers, or a two and a two and a 3 power flyer.
Yeah. And then like, next turn we have Moogle play with like activations on Galacat, and Galacat has vigilance.
Mm-hmm.
So like, we can push in that way. I'm guessing we're still looking at another removal spell out of our opponent, but they're not like super aggressive looking right now. Like if they activated the demon wall and came in, we'd have like okay trades while they're tapped out. Damn, okay. What is this?
I mean, they have 2 cards backup.
Yeah.
Galoofs. If it's Galoof's Sacrifice, then that's actually fine because we can just memories the counters off afterwards.
Yeah, I'm worried about, like, would they be playing +3/+3 trick? I think I'm just gonna take that trade. Something, and like
Maybe they just wanted something in their grave. Do they have an X Death in their hand that they're
Okay,
like
well,
working towards?
Let's go ahead and going this route. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take 5. Okay.
Oh, you get to swing it with Renoa and these this time, I guess.
They're dead next turn.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, they just die to flying damage because Renoa pump. Renoa pumps for +X for X's number of creatures you control. Sorcery speed? Instant speed. Oh. That's fine. Okay. So mill 3, gain 3. Yo!
Hello, Xenos.
Okay. I want to see your final card.
Because Fiesta season has been around again, I have been thinking about Shinryu and Omega and, like, you know, the team comps that work against them. I think Onion Job, the new rule set for the Final Fantasy III anniversary, there's not that many team comps on that can handle both, or even either of them, really.
So we're safe against a fight. If they're sitting on like a chocobo kick or something.
Overrun.
That's fine. Come on in. Counting if they're dead, quick.
+4/+4, 2 for 6 in the air +10, +4. That's 10. They have 2 blockers.
Yeah,
they're not dead.
They're not dead. Okay.
Well, they're not dead unless. What does the Earth Crystal activate to do? Is it
6 to
counters
activate,
does it
2
normally do?
counters, so that'd be 4 counters.
So actually, untapped land means that they're dead.
So untapped land would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 4. Okay, so this block is safe. Because we'd still have 4 creatures. So land wins.
Because of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So activate 1, 2, submit, and then that's 6, 10, +4. Pump. Thanks, Earth Crystal. Yeah, so
Okay, I'm glad Earth Crystal won us game 1. We were kind of like
Rydia's
Earth Crystal seemed really good, but like
Yeah.
we had to see it in action.
Yeah, Rydia's return, by the way, with our bit here, not exactly overrun,
No, does not give trample.
but thanks, Angelo.
Angelo.
Angelo. Okay, that one was rough, but we got there. We had to like do some navigation. Funnily enough, our opponent drawing an overrun pushed them to like make aggressive lines that I don't think would, were where they really wanted to be.
It was questionable given that you could block it on board.
Right.
Is the thing, right? Like,
Hey, look, you can Psycho 14, born in the year. You can see.
I actually have a sneaking suspicion that people don't know how to play with Overrun on Arena. And like other cards that are like it, because both of them are relatively low performers on in Foundations, which does not make sense to me on like a fundamental level of how Magic works, right?
This is awkward. I think we're doing this. This looks weird.
I like this.
Like,
No, I like it though.
and like, I played a plains instead of a forest on 1, and then I was like, okay, so I should play the lance on 2, but now I'm not playing. Okay, let's get to rest. Hit my racetrack, please. I think the Gallicat might be the actual.
I actually can see the argument for Lance because it's the thing that makes Galacat go like activate for the most
True.
part.
Also,
And
hands
if
off flying.
Galacat's only a
Atreus has
1/3,
we get hand
yeah.
flying off to the Chocobo.
Like I could see an argument for Chocobo, Moogle, Lance, or Galacat, but I think the strongest is for Dragoon's Lance.
This is tough.
Galacat, okay.
So,
Hey, you have a follow-up play. Nice.
so
Well, you already did. But...
yeah, but we get another one. So, all right. Hello.
Okay. Well, I guess that's racetrack down, right? Like,
Yeah. Guard's not very good
Or
against this, honestly.
guard. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm like looking at this and thinking, and it's like guard's just bad against this, whereas like this at least jumps. And we're gonna shock the Chocobo. What are we looking at? We're looking at shock.
They don't. They know you don't have any lands in hand.
Shock
So
the
red
Chocobo.
flags
Shock the Chocobo. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because they were thinking that like they could get us to do the Moogle thing. Okay. Don't like where we're at advantage-wise. Like, our opponent's been able to do a lot of just, like, efficient trading. Oh,
Cypher.
hell.
Oh shit. Cypher is a very strong card in this
Yeah.
format, by the way.
So, hands-off double strike on like, an exalted double strike. Cypher and Squall both have that ability. Cypher has play a 3 spell on hit. Squall has play a 3, I think it's permanent or creature. I don't remember if it's either or. Oh god, and we have multiple strong targets for Cypher in the yard. Uh-oh. I'm not...
Yeah, I
don't like the position we're in. Yeah. And, like, Cypher gets double strike on a...
I didn't. This is hard.
Yeah. Oh boy. Uh-huh. Yeah, this is bad. This is pretty bad. Cypher is running the table on us.
Yeah. Yep.
Because, like, Cypher's gonna hit us again, and then...
He's gonna then shock something.
Uh-huh. Oh,
I think like
goddamn. The final days.
Cypher gets so much free shit, you know, for hitting you.
Yep.
And he's hard to block. He's a 3/4 double striker. I want to say when Cypher was, you know, revealed, that was one of those instances of like people like, okay, hold on, this guy's got the sauce.
Yeah.
Cards.
To me, the thing I really liked about Cypher being revealed is that Squall's card didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. I didn't like Squall's design. I was like, that's funky. I don't really know what the like what what we're doing here is. But the moment I saw Cypher, it's like, oh, like they're mirrors. They're exact mirrors. Yeah. And it's like that makes sense. Well,
Opponent's deck is popping off.
well,
Whereas we are going to play a 5-mana 2/2.
yeah. And then pass the turn. And then Kane's gonna trader us.
Yep.
I think this is just turn the team sideways. You don't have to think.
A Paladin's a wiener. Gonna trader him.
Yeah.
Oh, Kane is betraying a team where Paladin's on the other side.
Kane is funky. I did. I was impressed with the opponent's setup of like cheap interaction and cipher and like just little advantage pieces. They played that really well. I'm actually shuffling Ryu's magic card in my hands. I have the one of the I have a pile of cards I have for shuffling, and it's a cased set of the Street Fighter characters and a cased set of the Sheldon Menery Secret Lair.
I'm saying if Negan, Clive, and Ryu are all in Magic, then that's a Ryu number of 0.
Right, because they're right next to each other. Yeah.
They're right next to each other. Yeah. It's the same game.
All right, Deacon 82, born in the year 1982. Let's go. Cats.
Cats, but no artifacts in hand. There are at least 1/3 flyers.
All right, cats.
They exist on the board, not poorly.
I'm not cycling this T-Rex. Sure. Cat. So, cat beats wizard. 3 colors. Uh-oh. What we got over there? Okay. Whatever. Okay, sure. Cat. More cats. So, one of the funny things on playing this on Arena today has been that, like, we have these Final Fantasy cards that make the, like, silly... Oh, no. The silly, like, citizen noise or the, like, that sort of thing going on. Okay, so they get to discard and draw anytime they play a dwarf or equipment. So they get to cycle. Well. Help me out, Moogle. All flyers all the time, let's go. Ooh. Dark Knight Greatsword. Alright. They're still cycling through cards. I do find it funny.
And I understand why it is the way that it is. It is funny that a tank class just makes a 4/1.
Mm-hmm. It is Dark Knight.
They do love dying and being dead and going to 1 health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so we just keep flying at our opponent for a while. Oh no, cornered by black mages. You got it. Fish. Okay, so this gets to draw them a card if it... What are we doing?
That 4/1...
What are we doing?
This is interesting.
What do we do?
I don't know why they're attacking him with even the 4/1. You have a 1/1 on the field.
Yeah, I will...
They have no mana left.
They can move They get to drain off the Elbed Salvagers.
I guess.
And then they get to re-equip for 3 life? There's an argument to cycle this, but I'm going to play the 6/6 trample. Alright, so how do they fish? If it's an artifact or creature, they catch it. They caught an Arimon! Ooh, they caught an Arimon. So then they get a
Flying Death
land.
Touch. That's pretty good for them. Yeah.
Sack an artifact, 1/1 on all their. So they can't use this. No, they can. It's 3, so they can do that. Sack an
The
artifact.
idea of a 6/6 Trampler is actually really nice here, though.
Yeah. I want untapped land for Crystal's Chosen is like end of the game. Another artifact is really good too.
Yep.
That's Galacat activations. So sack an artifact, drain life, 1/1 on all your team. I understand. That's actually really good in this deck. You can't really attack because I have the T-Rexer up. I thought they might have just left it. That's source instant speed. No, this is sorcery. Never mind. You have to spend the time on the cook. Okay. So I want an artifact or an untapped land. What? What? No, neither of those attacks make sense. You gotta back down. This card doesn't have Death Touch, right? Yeah, like, yeah, I'd get drained for 1, but I don't mind. Anyway. Hello!
Nice.
Thanks, Onion Kids. Thank you for all the help, Onion Kids.
With that, I must leave you to the rest of this, but this
right.
this format seems like a blast so far.
Thank you for joining. I'm glad this got to do the thing. I was a little worried this is a little bit too expensive, and it might still be, but, you know, it's the overrun we needed. Colossal or Dreadmaw. Okay, this deck is doing a little better. Like, oh, right here. So you can see damn it. You can see Lena and Ferris's dad. This art is big enough for you to be able to see. Okay, sure. Ooh. Torgal? Yeah, okay. That is King Tycoon. You follow him into a ruined village, where you fall into some ruins, and that's where you find the airship and fight, Greyclaw. Carlboss. Not Carlboss. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and play a Fine Hound. Hi, Torgal. So the first human we play gets a 1/1 counter for each dog or wolf we control. Really good card. And then, like, we get to go Shoe Puff, land, counter on Torgal, Castle Guard. And, like, that looks like it should be pretty good. We get to go Torgal, land. We can still do exactly the same thing. We just discard a land. You do any color, right? Yeah, you do any color. Alright, so we go... Rides a Shoe Puff. Landfall. And I am going to spend the turn. So these make heroes, and you might notice that's a Rogadin. That is not a human, so these don't have, like, a type. They only have their hero type, in addition to their bard. Because they could be a cat, they could be a roe, they could be an aura, they could be a lot of things. Tapped land again. Oh boy, we are getting sniped out on things. I'm going to go ahead and discard the bow and keep the Galacat. The Galacat seems like a place I want to put 1/1 counters. I'm willing to trade because we get a 1/1 for that. We don't have any cards left in hand. We're empty-handed, but we can play almost everything we could draw at this stage. They're not giants because they're not that huge. Hey! Oh, and this is a human. Also makes a dog. Or, yeah. Anyway. Makes a dog, so now we got 2. Also, we can do some really aggressive plays. Now, if we draw... I don't know how many other humans we have in the deck. I know we had Renoa, we have... Yeah, but cat boys are cats. You know? Alright, I'm gonna land cycle this. This is gonna look a little funky, but the land actually lets Renoa attack here. Nice. Alright. Keep pushing. They milled the Revelation. Another... Okay, untapped land. Kill spell? Maybe Bounty kill Renoa? Any land here lets us untap the Shoe Puff. Okay, this picks up another... This is our Vanille. Like, in this set, Seymour and all the other Guado are elves? Anyway. Let's go take a look at some of them. We can do that. Actually, we can't take a look at Alpha now. He's in the commander deck. Yeah, I played with this card in the pre-release. That doesn't say till end of turn. Yeah, if we go... Alright, we're going to take a quick look at... This is a question about FF14 card types. And so what we're going to do this. Can we search is FF14? I don't think we can. So looking at our characters we do know. Elder Wizard on Venat. Makes sense. Cat Archer on Graha. So, Cat. Looking at Ishtola, who is Cat Druid. I believe Cat Warlock on her other card. Cat Wizard. Moogle is its own type. Through here. Xenos is a human. The summons only have one type. Yeah, human on Raubon. Freya is a rat knight. Yeah, God. Elder human noble. Arden. Human samurai on Gilgamesh. Quina is a coup. Bird. Human pilot on Says. Of course. Pilot being the operative one there. Bartz and Boko get human bird for human and bird. Cactars are plant. Human warrior on Titus. So here you can see, here's all the SIDs. No planeswalkers in this set, that's correct. We got Sid Reigns. We got the reins of history in the hands of man. We've got Elder Wizard on Emmett's Elk. Squall has Mercenary. That's the difference between Squall and Cypher. Shantoto is a dwarf. This is a name, you know. Answers on that. Genova is alien. We talked about Exdeath. Exdeath is a spirit warlock. I understand that Tree Folk would obviously be a fun one for Exdeath, but because this is armored Exdeath into Neo Exdeath and not Tree Boss Exdeath, I get it as spirit, because spirit, like Exdeath in this armor is the evil spirits possessing the tree rather than the tree itself. I know that might feel like a cop-out too, but I feel that's still fine. Black Waltz is, you know, wizard. Kuja has mutant on the human type. Brandon Falthier. Falthier, stop it. Balthier and Fran, I feel like are missing pirate. I feel like that's just a missing. That's like we missed a line there. Joshua's a noble. We talked about Renoa as a warlock. Pirate, not pilot. Because they're pirates. Like, if we take a look at the thing I think that it makes it missing is that Vaughn cares about Scout, Pirate, and Rogue, and somehow Balthier and Fran are none of these. Yes, that does mean Renoa is an outlaw. Because Renoa is a warlock. Robot on Omega. We have Yoshi P's card. Human Bard. Then we've got Sin as a Leviathan avatar. There's a few others, but anyway. Let's get back to the games, shall we? We're 3-1. Yeah, sure. What's the question? Is Leviathan just a Leviathan? I'm going to keep this hand. This looks fine. I think Leviathan's a Leviathan. Alright, so we get Torgal, which fixes for the color problem here. We'll make Pixie is pretty good. Let's go Torgal. We get to go ride the Shoepuff Landfall 3. Hopefully that's good enough. If they have removal, that's annoying. But that doesn't turn off the activated effect here. And we get to go and just play the bow next turn. So let's go ahead and play the bow. That stops the Ilmeg Pixie in its tracks. Leviathan. Torgal's still helping. Play Mage Stave. Sure, 3 to equip, so we can't move that. Wow, we are... Okay, these are the artifacts to make this deck function, which makes sense. Rides the Shoepuff. No attacks, we're going to be holding off things for a little bit here. We got to play a little defensively with how many lands we have, but the bows should do a lot to help. Okay, that's good. Oh, they like what they saw. More heroes. There are many heroes left in man. All right. Anyway. Flashback the Laguna. I love this one, by the way. I love Kyros in this one the most. Kyros looking great in that art. Another Ilmeg Pixie. Wow, we are heavy on lands, but it's fine. We have a Memories of Nibelheim to get rid of any problems. We could use it to get rid of the Summoner's Sanctum if we really wanted, but I don't think that's worth it on this current board. Yeah, right now they've got a Sage, a White Mage, and a Dragoon. A little healer heavy, but you know. We get the activation on next turn. I can just go in with the 7/7 Shoe Puff. With the 2 5/5s backing it. There aren't one card left in hand? That's fine. That's not enough. Okay. I am going to play this racetrack first. I know that turns off our attack with the Shoe Puff, but, like, it gets us enough bodies here that we get to start getting the birds going. Yeah, this is a party that's just doing, like, Ilmeg unsynced, you know? That's a good draw, too. That's a really good draw, too. That changes the texture of their combat pretty nicely. I think I'm fine with just trading at that, though. They have to re-equip everything, and we can move our equipment, too. We get to make more Chocobo. So, yeah, let's go... land. We're going to landfall here. And we're going to ride the Shoe Puff. I'm going to push in. Let's get damage going. I don't think they're killing us from 18. It costs them a ton to equip those equipment, and we have a memories for next turn. If something bad occurs, we can move the bow even, and leave up this. Okay, that isn't enough to kill off anything but a bird. Okay. They get 1 equip. I think this is 3, 3, 4. These are expensive. Sure. Gain a life. Surveil 1. Ooh, we are 1 short of activation on that. Anyway. Alright. Bird down. We're asking tough questions. Okay. Go to 1. Do you have Ultima? Is your last card Ultima? Attack for 7 in the air, Ultima, that? They've got 8 mana? I think they have Ultima. I think I'm going to get attacked. Yeah. Shit. It destroys all artifacts, too. And they go to 2? No! Oh, I don't like them at 2. We can spend this, but I'd rather save it. Oh, okay. I was sure. I was so sure. And then a bounce? We have Ice Magic to bounce the 6/6. One, two, three, four, five, six. I can't use Memories of Nibelheim to get over. Number of creatures you control plus equipment. Okay. Thinking about how I want to do this. So they could kill me with equip pump spell. The line I'm choosing is trying to kill them instead by having multiple attackers next turn. Because the white mage stave on the 2/2 plus the 7/7, both of those will represent a lethal threat on the follow-up. So if they could play another blocker, Ilmeg Pixie, sure. Cargo ship, okay. So all of these are lethal attacks. We're gonna go... in for lethal. Equip the Bard's Bow. Yeah, they gain 1, but that doesn't get past the 4/4. They still have to chump with both. The idea I have here is that we equip the bow to the Chocobo bow, and we leave up the Memories of Nibelheim in case of problems. So now we have a 4/4 reach blocker, and that should be enough. Okay, that's enough. They didn't have Ultima. I can turn off the Heart of Savik. 4-1. Nowhere close to their intent. I'm not certain on this one. I'm keeping it because I think that our equipment is reasonable enough bodies to sit and pull a game out, and then, like, Renoa plus Moogle is a fine combination. Don't rock it on me. Oh, okay. Okay, that actually makes me feel a lot better. Trying to figure out what the MVP of this deck is? That's tough. Okay, I like... Drawing the 2-drop makes me feel a lot better about this. Freya's so cool. God, Freya's cool. Shoepuff has done all the work. I would like to shout out Galacat. Freya, yeah. Alright. Let's go. I gotta go switch my sleeves, because I thought I wanted to switch them to the I had them on the there was Shatter? No. On our Spellslinger ones, which I think I want to set to my default, but then we all... Shit! Oh, no! Dion's here. Yes, there's a ton of new sleeves. I'll show them off afterwards, Cuddle. So, Dion here is a 3-3 that comes with a 2-2. We got, you know, him and his boyfriend here, and then they fly because we've got the Dragoon jump. So this is already 5 power of flying. Yeah, happy pride. But then we also have Bahamut side, which is your team gets flying +1/+1 counters, and then Giga Flare. So... I don't know. What I'm saying is this isn't good. We have our reach, so, like, they can't come in. But Bahamut is, you know, a threat. Alright, Moogle. You gotta help us out, Moogle. Maybe Renoa, too? I don't know. I think Dion's a really strong card. I think this card has legs. Like, 5 power flying attackers, also hands-off flying on knights, also, they missed a land drop. Renoa, get moving. Got wings too? Yeah. Alright, Renoa, you gotta go. You gotta get moving, Renoa. Ooh, okay. This isn't actually very good here. It just hits a dog. Luckily, the ward helps that. Ooh, Earth Crystal. Okay. What if this was, like, just Gunblade at one point and they had to move it? Okay. The dog's like a planeswalker. It just leaves. It's like the not Warframe. Wargroove dogs. They've missed land drops, which is huge for us. Earth Crystal can let us push pretty heavily now. 5th land, so that was off the top. They don't have Bahamut activation. I think they need to remove the Bard. Okay. Yeah, Choco. That will do it. So that lets them fly in for 6. I think we return the favor. That's a nice set of draws. Okay. So the plan here is that we get to go land, Lance. The bow is 6 to equip. That's so much. Counter on Renoa in target. The thing about Renoa is that Renoa ends the game so fast. Like, Renoa gives +5/+5 on the attack here, and we do have a Moogle or a Dragoon to fly over. The Moogle gives us a little bit of defense against Dion. It costs 6 to flip to Bahamut here. They get the 1/1. We might be able to jump, though. Like, just Moogle fly in for... Okay, that's 6. Ooh, that's not good. Is this Bahamut time? I don't know if it's Bahamut time. I don't think they have the ability to do Bahamut right now. Oh, that's horrible. Uh-oh. Ooh. Zidane threaten. Okay. So this gains lifelink, too. Put me on 4. The problem here is that they have the threat of Bahamut to jump the team next turn. How do we beat jump the team next turn? (16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That's not enough. All right. Let's check other routes. Paladin arms equip is 4, 2, 4, 6. Oh, wait. We can jump Renoa. Dragoon Lance, jump Renoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? That's not enough. The lifelink was just enough to get them over that line. Other attackers, do they get in for any damage? 3 blockers on the opponent's side. Next turn, they're going to fly in with Bahamut team. How many... What does Bahamut team look like? We need to threaten lethal. How do I threaten lethal? How do we threaten lethal? Cat? Jump. Ah! We couldn't afford Paladin arms equipped 2, right? Yeah, 4. As close as we could. That was everything we had. I was able to squeeze so much damage out of this. Yeah, if I had one more point instead of the Galacat, we could have equipped paladin arms for +2 instead of the +1 here. Yeah, that's enough. That could have gone dome too. So good. Damn. That was an excellent game. We were able to stave off a lot, and like they all, again, the threat of like flipping Bahamut is also just this like super thing we need to respect. It's like you have to pay an extra on it, but it is a blaze, it is a fireball. You get the red chocobo hitting you with it. That went really good. That was such a good game. Like, just the tiniest edges. Alright. It's Cactuar time versus Plague Fear. Speaking of Cactuar, have we seen Cactuar in any of these games? Yo, Torgal and Renoa with some buddies? This looks excellent. Okay. Oh no, bomb! Watch out! It's a bomb! This is good as just like a tiny Mog Fanatic thing that's gets a little better on some of your larger like your larger plays, some of the larger equipments. We did see Giant Cactuar and we immediately kicked it away, but where's our Cactuar? This deck has a Cactuar. It's tiny, but it's Cactuar. It's right here. Sure. Get it with Thunder. Paladin Arms is fine. Giant Cactuar reanimated by the Oh, Ardent? Yeah. Because it gives haste, lifelink, menace, I think are the keywords on that. Which is a hell of a thing to give to the Cactuar. Okay. Don't have to cycle Cloud Moogle. We got 5s. We got good plays. We just kind of want to get a board going wide. Ooh, Gallicat looking strong with the equipment here, too. Okay. Let's move in. Did they miss a land drop? They were on the play, right? I will attack into this. Any trick is a 2-for-1 trade for us, and it only trades with the token, not the arms. Cactus Fraud, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and play Gallicat here. Gallicat, we can immediately get the +2. It makes cat noise. It's FF5 Gallicat. It's got a Galoof telling us to head to North Mountain to go confuse some cat. Oh, Reach. Okay. That's fine. Reach. Reachy. If they declared Reachy, what do we want to do about it? Renoa? This is Forto equip? Renoa. And Angelo. Galoof's final act to get 10,001 counters. I wish this had the... You know what? Hold on. I can... Oh, God. Black, Mage, Village, OST. Dude. Cerberus is really scary. This is double dog and triple dog. If I lance equip on Renoa, that is flying, but Barret has reach. Just a little awkward. Let's give Renoa this counter, and then we'll go in like this. I probably could have gone in with, Paladin Arms too? Okay. Alright. So I think they have 2 removal spells. I think they're doubling a kill spell here. Right? Like, so they get triple next turn too, by the way. Which is wild. How many sets of stairs am I walking up? Hold on. That's the real question. You definitely are making me walk up a ton of stairs, right? 100 and... Double Fire? Double Fire 2 doesn't kill Renoa. Thunder Kick. Thunder Kick. Wow! You have to crack 2 rods to get Renoa out of there. That's funny. Okay. Let's go in 4. Okay. All right, how bad is it? How bad's the triple? All right, triple magic. How bad? What are we looking at? Is it? Am I dead? Choco Meteor for 4? Wait, we are calling all the mountain chocobos. Oh my god. All of the birds. Bird up, indeed. So we got a lot of flyers still. I think we just win that way. Oh my god, self-destruct. Okay. 4 to equip. Let's go Castle Guard. Jump the dog. 4 in the air. Their hand is 2 mountains. Seven. We can't kill them from this. 3 unknowns. They can flashback the mountain search. They have a lot of mountains. A lot of birds. Coral, I don't care about. I'm sorry, that's 1 from hand. That also doesn't do anything. No blocks. No blocks? Just get 1 out of here? They die if I draw an untapped land, right? So no blocks. Yeah. Because we can do this. Whew, okay. That felt really good. Yeah. This deck is playing on a yeah, you gotta lolly ho. You gotta wave. That's how you enter all your instances, is do the wave. Then do the Manderville. What do paladins do as equipment? +2/+1, ward 1, I think. I think it's ward 1. Let me double check on the ward on that. I think it's literally 1. Yeah, ward 1, end of night. Castle Dwarf had a lot of jobs. Well, thank goodness we got to jump over with that. God, maybe this is a deck that Orin's inspiration. Yeah, here's our Cactuar. It's still sitting there. Okay, somebody was asking, though, before this one, discard changes, sleeves that exist. So we've got the sleeves in here, which you can get for orbs. We've got Squall. These are the alt art of these. Squall, Zidane, Yuna, Balthier and Fran, Firion. Ooh, that's a good one. Ishtola, Vincent, Dion, Noctis. There's also, if I go back into here, into the draft deck, card sleeves, you got this Golbez one. Set profile default, please. And we've also got Cloud one here. And I think there's 1 or 2 more in the bundles. I shouldn't have discarded changes there. That one wanted to. Not that one. But here's this one's for the mastery. There might have been a couple in the pre-order bundles too. Also, there's a lot of the avatars. I only bought the 1 collection. But you can see we've got Gilgamesh, Rydia, Kefka, Terra, Onion Knight, Unititus, Squall, Sephiroth, Balthier and Fran, Lightning, Shola, Noctis, and Clive. And then I bought the one that had Shantoto, Moogle, Tonberry, Cactuar, and what was the last one in our bundle? Chocobo. Bark. Gotta pull it up. Hold on, I gotta reset this because I don't think it. Oh, dwarf, right. So yeah. Yeah, you can see down here we've got Stiltskin, Tonberry, Dwarf, Shantato. Alright. 5 and 2. Let's see if we get to maximum magic. Drafga. Alright. Summer Dra... We're on the play. Google! This was the pre-order, buddy. Okay, Dire Rat, Bard's Bow matches up against that. So we can go Bow on 3, Bow on 4, Renault on 5, Chocobo, and Land on 6. And then from there, all of our cards are live, which looks good. Let's push value here. I think our opponent's holding a copy of Vincent's Limit Break. That's my call. I think Vincent's Limit Break is too expensive to work here, or can they kick it to 5? I think it's... I know it becomes a 3-2, and that's why I thought they were going for the trade there. That was my thought process. Oh, wrong! Okay. Oh! I see. Whenever Vincent attacks, transform it. Vincent, the assassin, becomes the galleon beast in the back. Alright, let's go. Okay, so the backside of this is a 3-2. But it gets all the counters. Oh, wow. Equal to that creature's power. That scares the shit out of me. We don't have removal. That's bad. Oh, I don't like that. That, it scares me. Like, if they just play like a kill spell on one of these bards, that flips to the other side. Yeah! So, time to turn the tables. Thank God it's rounded down? Yeah, uh-huh. Mono black. Incredible. This opponent is the coolest opponent, by the way. Like, look at this stuff. So if I kill Vincent, Vincent just comes back as a 2-2. But if I don't kill Vincent, we have this life-linking 5-power creature that's like the end of the game coming at us. I don't know how we are outing that. Also, we still have Zodiark. Time to turn the tables, twist the board. Yeah. Yeah, you pick Zodiark, and this is the deck that comes out of it, IMO. Okay. Yep. So we still have 4 cards. And there's Vincent. This opponent rules. This is the coolest opponent in the world. I'm in awe at the power. Ooh, show me. Yeah, I want to see more of the deck. Tonberry, Swamp. Yeah, keep showing me more of the deck. I want to see more of the deck. Come on, let's play a little longer. Don't think it'll be maximum magic. You might be right. I think you might be right. I think you've got this one. But I want to see more cards out of our opponent. Can they overkill Renoa? What did they pick? They're the coolest! I cannot stress how cool our opponent is. Yeah, sure. Oh god, Mono black. If we're gonna die, we get to die to double Zodiark. Oh yeah, they're using the 14 Keeper of the Lake Swamp. You know? Damn. When you're beat, you're beat. Oh, I'm so happy to have this one end in that way. Just like it's time for crushing. Well, 5 wins. So we had a 4-3 and a 5-3. The 4-3 was so exciting with our like multiple deck out games. The 5-3 had some incredibly thin margin games. A lot of fun there. Let's go ahead and open a couple packs and call it good. Shall we? So we got a bunch of basics there. All right, let's see what sort of things we are playing with here at the end. Yo! Damn, what a behemoth. This is a really good behemoth. Do you close your eyes? Fat Chocobo. Got our, blitzball shot. This is a variant on the Whisper squad we've seen before. The Coral with the Paralyzer Beam, the Blaster. I love Aerith Rescue Mission. Climbing 59 flights of stairs. Preacher's Wanderings is a pretty good trick. It's like a ramp trick. It's a small trick, but it's pretty cool at instant speed. Vane's Treachery is a reprint-ish of a card we've seen. I think it was in all March of the Machine Singular? All will be March of the Machine Singular? Call the Mountain Chocobo, our opponent on the tripler. This is a cool card, by the way. I like this one. Like, red getting to do a little bit of land fetch. It's not ramp, because it just grabs it to hand. But I think that's really cute. Hilgigus is an ass-kicking. Zozo. Thanks, Zozo. Was that flavor text somebody in Zozo saying everything's cool, don't worry about it? Stolen Uniform is a neat card. It's our opening of 6. We're not opening, but like opening act of 6, mind you. Obviously opening is the Terra stuff. Choco Comet I think is really cool too. You can play it for 0 to make a bird if you just want to drop. Right? So Samurai Katana is also one of our cool equipment with the +2/+2 trample haste. Luca Stadium on Arena is corrected. They fixed the name. It's Luca with a C, not Luca with a K. A Realm Reborn. This card, sadly, is like kind of junk. They talked about that they had ARR in design for a long time as a Scheherazade, or not a Scheherazade, but like a restart the game, like Karn, like, like what they did to 1.0 to 2.0. Like that was the idea of the card for a while, and they played with that for a while, and just we couldn't get that to be not busted. So instead, we've got our not as exciting design for ARR here. I saw this card and thought it was 1 GG when this was spoiled, and thought, ain't that a little expensive? I don't know. Like, 1 GG is a little expensive for this card. And I saw it was 6 mana. Like, I was like, oh. So it's the true Realm Reborn experience. Because, like, Cryptolith Rites or whatever is 1 green, and it's like creatures you control have that. Saz, I love Saz's card. Yeah, Lucas Stadium is the Strixhaven Stadium that wins if you get 10 points. Little minigame. But, it's the big Lucas Stadium that you go to for the Blitzball event. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, I like the use of a lot of these. I like the art on. Some of these I'm not as huge on the name on, but like a lot of these I think are exciting. And also the cards are wildly good too. Hi, Minwoo. Minwoo is a slightly altered, like, cleric-liker version of an Archangel Athune, with, like, a little weaker in that it is only for clerics, but has vigilance over I think just flying. But yeah, flying's clearly that's fine. I'm happy to see you here, Minwoo. Yeah, so here's what I was talking about. Squall's card still has the same double strike on attack, and then it grabs a permanent of 3 or less from Grave on hit, rather than Cypher who grabs a spell, because Cypher's the Sorceress Knight. You know. I think that's cool. Sarah. Sarah's card, where if you have enough legends for her to tell, to talk to, she completes her, you know, she completes her mission as a Lassie and becomes a crystal, you know, at the beginning of the game. We get the different hand out on the... Focus, thank you. I was going to say Gias, but I'm like, I know it's not a Gias, but it is a Gias. Brunhilder. Oh, hey, more 13. Summon Titan. Our gigantic Titan. I adore these Moogles. These are the Moogles that help you in Narsh Cave at the beginning of the game, near the beginning of the game. And you get a Moogle for every creature you control. You get another Moogle, and then they all become indestructible, and it's an instant. What a friend. Ooh, go-go. I guess, so you seek to save the world, and I guess means I shall save the world as well. These Moogles are braver than the Marines. Alright, let's open the last of these. Suplex! We didn't get to play with or against Suplex. We didn't get to play our Cactuar. We did see Goluf's final act do some work. I love the Suplex. There was an article talking about the FF6 bits where they were saying, like, we specifically had to, like, have a talk with like, Square to be like, hey, I know that this gets, like, localized to, like, Meteor Strike. It should be Suplex. The funny thing about Cerberus is that Cerberus is like a hill giant, just a junk body, but double and triple are so much. Like, triple is nuts. And then our opponent had 3 starting towns. Alright, well that's going to be it for today. We're going to do some more of this on Friday, so hope to catch you there. But we also have our Dragon Quest Wednesday tomorrow. We have our... like a Wednesday, Thursday, normal things like that. So, and probably get some in on the weekend. I don't have, we'll see how that works. I want to get a bunch of this in. So, anyway, that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you all for joining. Hope you had a fun time. If you want to catch more, you can always follow, see when I go live. You can subscribe, get the cool skulls and slimes. Thank you to everybody who did sub today. Thank you to Nick Demeron for all the gift subs. Thank you to everybody who did sub as well. Appreciate it a lot. But as I said, if you're just here having a good time, great. A+. Glad to have you here. So yeah, thank you all for joining. Have a good night, everybody.